Hello.
You almost took your mic off there. Chiavelli in clerk's office. Are we holding up for something? Okay, thank you. Sorry for the delay, everyone. We've lost our video, and we need to have that up and running before we can start the meeting this evening. So the team's working on it right now.
Welcome to WebEx. Enter your access code or meeting number followed by pound. Enter your attendee ID number followed by pound. If you do not know your attendee number, press pound to continue.
Hello.
Thank you, team. We will go ahead and call this meeting to order. This is the June 15th, 2021 Gilbert Town Council meeting. This is the last meeting to be held here in this building, in these council chambers, for at least a year due to a remodel based on a vote this evening. The Town Council will be meeting at the Public Safety Training Facility beginning in August. This is also the last meeting of the fiscal year and before our July break. As such, our agenda this evening contains about 60 items, and our packet is over 2,900 pages long. If you are here for the Santan Adventure Park appeal, that is case number 54. Comments for that appeal will not be taken during communications from citizens this evening. If you would like to speak on that item, please fill out a slip and indicate case 54. If you can designate speakers to represent larger groups, that would be greatly appreciated. Due to the extent of our agenda and the appeal case we will be hearing this evening, we will be allowing 1-minute comments during communications from citizens. The town code limits communications from citizens to a total time of 15 minutes. Thank you for your understanding. We will now have Councilmember September lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, with liberty, justice for all.
Next, we'll ask Mr. Burt Mull to lead our invocation this evening.
Thank you, Mayor Peterson. Gilbert Town Council members, Mayor Peterson, would you please bow with me as I lead in a prayer to open this important meeting. Lord God, as King David, the psalmist, recognized long ago, we acknowledge we are in need of a shepherd because, like a sheep that has lost its way in many ways, we have lost our way. We live in an upside-down world where right is wrong and wrong is right, up is down and down is up. We are no longer guided by the virtues of our past way of life that have made our nation and communities great and vibrant. We have settled for a cheapened view of life that has resulted in an assault upon our morals and ideals. We long to lie in fields of grass where peaceful rivers of water run and where we can be restored from the weariness of our toils. And Lord, it is with this understanding of the world in which we live that I pray for this body of decision makers, the Gilbert Town Council, for Mayor Peterson, Vice Mayor Kaprowski, Councilmember Anderson, Councilmember Hendricks, Councilmember September, Councilmember Tilke, and Councilmember Yentes. I pray, Lord, that you would be their shepherd and that you would guide them in paths of righteousness for your name's sake. I pray that you would be their source of strength, restoration, and peace when their path becomes difficult. I pray you would give them wisdom regarding the decisions they must make today and throughout the remaining portion of their terms. And I pray, Lord, that they would be discerning between good and evil and that they would have the strength to look evil in the face and have no fear, recognizing there is a way that seems right to a person but only leads to destruction, Lord, I pray that they would have the courage to make difficult decisions that may run counter to the culture in which we live, but which are needed for righteousness to prevail. Lord, I pray for our men and women of uniform that are serving around the world. We pray, Lord, that you would keep them from harm's way, and that you would also be their shepherd and guide and direct them. We pray for our first responders, Lord, for those that have worked so fervently over the past year and a half to keep us healthy. And we pray that you would protect them and also be their shepherd. Lord God, we pray for our healthcare professionals and workers who have also worked so tirelessly over the past year and a half for our health and for our welfare. Would you also be their shepherd? Lord, we pray for our Gilbert Town employees, and we thank you for their service, Lord, and we ask that you would also be their shepherd. And Lord, as we close this opening prayer, I'm reminded of the psalmist David, who declared in Psalm 27 that I remain confident of this, I will see the goodness of the Lord in the land of the living. Wait for the Lord, be strong and take heart and wait for the Lord. And Lord, I pray that prayer for each of these town council members, and I pray that they would be strong and take heart in the task that lies before them. We pray these things in the name of our Lord Jesus. Amen.
Thank you, Bert. We appreciate your invocation this evening, and as always, your support of the Gilbert Town Council. Hope to see you soon.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Can I please have the clerk perform the roll?
Mayor Bridget Peterson,
Here.
Vice Mayor Jan Kaprowski,
Here.
Councilmember Scott Anderson,
Here.
Councilmember Lauren Hendricks,
Present.
Councilmember Scott September,
Here.
Councilmember Kathy Tilkey,
Here.
and Councilmember Amy Yenthis.
Here.
A quorum is present.
Thank you, Chevelle. We do not have any presentations or proclamations this evening, so we'll move to communications from citizens. Vice Mayor, I will pass it to you.
Thank you, Mayor Peterson. The Communications from Citizens portion on the agenda provides our citizens an opportunity to identify for the Town Council matters of interest or importance that are not on the printed agenda and related to our town government. Under the provisions of Arizona Open Meeting Law, the Town Council will not be responding to any issues that have not been properly noticed, but we are listening. As Mayor Peterson mentioned earlier in this meeting, all comments will be limited to 1 minute tonight, and all comments on the Santan Adventure Park will be heard during item 54, during that public hearing. All speakers are expected to observe common standards of decorum and courtesy. Gilbert is a community of kindness. Personal attacks, political speeches, and threats of political action are inappropriate in this forum and will be grounds for ending a speaker's time at the podium. If you have any signs or anything, please keep them down because we do have a crowded room tonight. Please refrain from clapping or cheering and let everyone make their comments this evening. We'll begin. When your name is called, please come forward to the podium, state your name and place of residence, and then begin speaking. We will provide 1 minute each this evening. The first speaker is Jessica Gillespie.
Good evening. My name is Jessica Gillespie. I live in Gilbert in Morrison Ranch. My purpose in speaking to you tonight is to address the undue influence that our Mayor Bridget Peterson participated in with Howard Morrison in March. She leaked information to prop him up ahead of a public meeting to discuss a proposed revision to the community plan in Morrison Ranch. She gave preferential treatment to Howard Morrison, and that fact is written in permanent ink. The Morrisons donated thousands of dollars to her campaign, and public officials should recuse themselves from the application and approval process of proposed developmental changes if the applicant is close to them. Rather than doing this, she chose to continue to be an active part of the application process to allow for more apartments to be built in the Morrison Ranch community than had previously been determined. Mayor Peterson's business dealings with the Morrisons are disgraceful. We cannot abide this kind of blatant disregard for ethics. She has broken the trust of the people she was elected to serve. Without trust, there can be no contract. Let me end for this statement. I would like to reiterate that I cannot be a witness to the inappropriate actions taking place in our town. It is clear to me that absolute power corrupts absolutely, and we have the votes to stop it. Let's do something about it.
Our next, please refrain from clapping or we're going to end the communications from citizens. Our next speaker will be Lee Wilson.
Good evening. My name is Lee Wilson. I live in Gilbert at Morrison Ranch. We oppose Morrison's proposal to add more apartments to the previously ratified general plan. Think of cities like Mesa, for example. Many of the apartments there have aged poorly and are poorly maintained compared to single-family homes built at the same time. We need to be more forward-thinking and not so quick to rubber stamp applications that modify the voter-ratified general plan. Your greatest consideration in making changes should come from listening to residents like me, the people in this room, and the thousands that couldn't be here tonight, who oppose what's happening with all of these apartments being built in Gilbert. We elected you, developers didn't. We'll remember which elected leaders listened to us and represented us, and we won't forget which elected leaders didn't. We'll be watching your actions closely. Thank you for your time and attention.
We'll give you one more chance. If there's clapping after the next speaker, we will end the communications from citizens. Our next speaker is Ryan McDonald.
Thanks for having me tonight. I am a resident of Morrison Ranch. I've been a Gilbert resident since 2006. When I moved here, my previous neighborhood, which is pretty close to here, was great. I had 2 young kids. It was beautiful. It was fun to have them grow up there. Slowly over time, property values went down and it turned over into a lot of rentals. My neighborhood became an eyesore, more or less. People not taking care of their dogs, cars parked in the streets, unkept houses. So finally in 2016, we saw that Warner Groves was being built over in Morrison Ranch. And we decided to pick up and move. We wanted the clean environment over there, the safety, and just the nicest of the family environment as well. We knew that there was going to be some apartments put in, but now that they're proposing to put more in, just the way my old neighborhood went down, I'm afraid that's going to happen to our beautiful community. So I respectfully hope that you guys will seriously consider the Morrison's proposed plan change, and I oppose the new apartments. So thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Ryan McDonald. Our next speaker will be Lisa Ballard. I apologize, I can't fully read your last name.
It's Ballard, Lisa Ballard. So I was here a few years ago to oppose Joe's monstrosity that was being built on Higley and Rain. I distinctly remember the faces of the board looking at me like I was some kind of an ass for trying to fight something that is so atrocious. And also 2 years ago, my sister and I were the only 2 that attended the actual Gilbert vision plan for the town that has been on for 10 to 20 years. I care about this town and its plan and its vision, and this plan and vision should not include more apartments on every single corner. As a constituent, I am tired of the apartment boom. I am tired of the increase in taxes that you guys are putting on us, not being told what they're there for. I am tired of new commercial real estate taking up every single corner, needing to be filled when it's not being filled. I am tired of the traffic that I see on Higley and Ray, which is only going to get worse because of the monstrosity that you guys approved. I am tired in the traffic, the increase in streetlights, and the increase in crime. I am tired of unethical behaviors by our so-called elected leaders. I am tired of a plan and vision that has no flexibility whatsoever with you guys, even though you guys have said it's been approved for 20 years. In the last year, I think we can all have seen how much life has changed, how much our town has changed, and how much people have changed. I think Gilbert, as a town council, owes the city and us as constituents the flexibility to change as well. I, for one, did not vote for Mayor Peterson. I was hoping that we would get some new blood on this council because our town, I feel, deserves better in both terms of planning, zoning, and leadership. I would call for you to think about what this town is going to look like in the next 5 to 10 years. I grew up in Mesa. I know exactly what's going to happen. And that vision that you have in your plan is going to look like Phoenix and or Mesa, and that is exactly why I moved. I am opposed to any more apartments in this town. Please consider that and take that as your constituents into consideration. We voted for you, and you work for us, not the other way around. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Brandon Riff.
Good evening. I'm Brandon Riff. I live in Morrison Ranch. I'm here tonight. I think everybody knows I was the one that found the emails and the FOIA request was me. Right now, as we stand, we have multiple investigations for allegations of ethical misconduct from our mayor, Bridget Peterson. There is a censure resolution published by her own party against her for incompetence, dereliction of duty, lack of professionalism, unethical behavior, and betrayal of public trust, to name a few. We've got the news here, a room full of angry people. What happened was we gave you, the mayor, sensitive information. And instead of being a good listener and having an open mind and responding in a fair and objective manner, like a leader, you mocked the citizens. You discounted their concerns. You leaked information that was very sensitive and privileged to our opponents. And then you actually named somebody by name, a resident, attacked him to the developer and put him in the crosshairs. People get killed over a $5 bill or a seat on the bus. And this man was identified and labeled by our mayor as the man standing between Howard Morrison and the $100 million+ project that he's trying to get passed. That's a lot of pressure to put on that man, his wife, and his 2 young children. It's despicable, it's disgusting. I'm extremely disappointed. It's clear this is biased, and our mayor has not shown herself to be objective and fair and mature and responsible. We need a leader who is for the people, not for select developers who donate to your campaign and serve as your campaign co-chair.
Please conclude your statement,
Yeah,
Brandon.
I will. Thank you. She's refused to apologize, refused to stop, and for this, calling for your resignation. If not, I'm pledging up to $10,000 to found and fund a political action committee with the mission of removing you from office. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Berna Holtzman.
My name is Berna Holzman, and I also live in Morrison Ranch. And Mayor Peterson, I just want to say something to you. Reputational damage is a disruption, and disruptions cause leaders to become very ineffective. Your failure to represent the people in the town of Gilbert will come full circle to you, and at some point, the people in this room will say, we've had enough. You choose to listen to only one side of a problem. And let me tell you something, leaders who listen to only half of the information that's given to them make bad decisions. You've already cut your goal right now, it's in half. You just need to know these things. We don't have any confidence in your ability to make sound business decisions. We no longer believe that you have the vision, the safety, the soundness of this town of Gilbert in your heart. And I'm saying that directly to you. These aren't just apartments that are coming in across from us in a high traffic area. These are individuals that are wanting to move into these apartments, hoping that they can take care of their families. They're going to be commuting daily, causing more pollution. They're hoping to get proper education. We're going to have overfilled classrooms of children. And guess what? Just hope to hell that if something goes wrong and they need to call for a police officer, that you have not strapped that police department to where they cannot come when they're needed. I will tell you this, we're asking for a seat at the table. You just heard somebody say they're willing to come up and stand there. I'm standing with him. We want a voice. Don't cut everything in half and listen to one person. Bring us in and let's compromise. That's the only solution at this point.
Our next speaker will be Jim Torgerson.
Mayor, Council, gratefully I'm not part of that part of the discussion. I am Jim Torgerson, and I am a resident of Gilbert. I'm here to express the dissatisfaction that I and many other Gilbert taxpayers have with the carefree nature of this council in regards to the monies we pay into our town and that are taken for granted. For instance, recently the town found several $1 million that went unspent during the pandemic. They decided to give a portion of that as a blanket performance bonus to staff, one for on-site and a different one for off-site employees, employees that work part-time, some of them, 30-plus hours a week. These bonuses were not awarded upon individual merit, but rather paid as equal amounts regardless of true merit. The fireman that risks his life, or the officer that comes into contact with someone that's ill, was treated exactly the same as a data entry person working from the safety of their cubicle. Found money was just divvied up. No regard for the fact that money was the result of taxpayers, the true owners of said money having paid more than necessary. This money wasn't even used to help offset pension funding for staff. It was just divvied like found loot, over $3 million in found loot. I am certain some town employees stepped up way over and above, while others treaded water. There was no mechanism for even dispersing this, truly based on merit. To make this insult worse, just a few weeks later, council member Jens proposed cutting the levy by a few million so the overall haul of property taxes would be consistent with earlier years. The basic concept of letting citizens keep their hard-earned money rather than increase the harvest of tax dollars. Typical smoke and mirrors aside, Gilbert is taking more money per property than in previous years. The response was, where are we going to find that? Jens' suggestions fell on deaf ears, even though she offered real solutions. So here we are, bonusing town employees regardless of individual merit, much like a Karl Marx experiment, and ignoring those who paid into the tax base. A true redistribution of wealth, and I'm sorry I'm speaking quickly to try and meet your time restrictions, if you wish to hear from me. A true redistribution of wealth to a special class, government employee class. How many small businesses died during the pandemic? How many residents lost their jobs, had hours cut? How many families felt the financial pain? Certainly servers, restaurant owners, trainers, gyms. The list is virtually infinite. Gilbert residents nearly universally were affected negatively by the pandemic, but you found a way to ignore their plight and redistribute money to the staff that did not pay cuts or lose jobs. You felt Gilbert families' hard-earned money would be better spent with the government than with their families. Next, you'll push for a $500 million bond, basically $2,000 per man, woman, and child in Gilbert, and that could be done in a much better fashion, but that's another 3-minute diatribe from me. It's time to respect the tax dollar, not take it for granted. It's time to respect the taxpayer and not take them for granted either. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be B. Hurley.
Good evening. My wife became a U.S. citizen last year, and the very first vote she cast was for Bridget Peterson. I'm here because my neighbors and my family are against increasing the size of the planned 2-story apartment complex. The Morrison family influence on the council and the mayor was always alarming. Howard was the chair, or one of the chairs of her campaign in November. He also contributed $6,000 to her campaign. Now it's criminal. Let me explain. Bribery is defined when something of value is offered for the purpose of influencing someone's professional objectivity and gaining an improper business advantage. It's clear Mr. Morrison's favors and money are being used to influence the mayor. That is bribery. It's also clear our mayor, Ms. Peterson, that lady right there, has accepted the bribes and she's actively repaying her debtor, Howard Morrison, by secretly corresponding with him by email, text, offering advice, and naming people in our neighborhood who are standing in his way. She's being paid by the city, but she's working for the Morrison family, not the town of Gilbert. Madam, you are not a mayor. Look up the word kleptocracy. You're a dishonest and a corrupt politician. The reason that so much anti-bribery legislation focuses on government officials is because it has a devastating impact on a community and society. It hits those who can least afford it and benefits the wealthy. Do you really expect the citizens of Gilbert believe the money contributions and other favors provided to you didn't intend to influence your willingness to give special treatment? Of course it did. And that's why you gave up the information in those emails. This 100% violates the law. Intent has been proven, favors have been received by the mayor, information has provided back to the Morrisons, and it's time for you to step down. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Jordan Lake.
Hi, I'm Joe. Well, I'm Jordan. My friends call me Joe, and I was born and raised here in Gilbert. I've been around since Gilbert was dusty, one-lane roads surrounded by farmland, and Morrison Ranch was just an idea. I'm married. I was married here. I bought my first home here, and I'm currently raising 2 small children. My husband and I have really enjoyed being a part of this vibrant and family-centered community. However, I'm also aware of our friends, family, and neighbors who are feeling the strain of the current housing shortage. These are people who love Gilbert, and they don't want to leave, but they're being priced out of the market. When we push to stop building affordable housing, there are real ramifications that threaten our family values. I believe it would be a huge mistake to sacrifice much-needed multifamily housing for more commercial development. A quick Google search reveals that Gilbert has upwards of 200 vacant retail spaces. That's thousands of square feet sitting empty as we speak. We don't need additional commercial real estate, especially not at the expense of our young families. It would be such a shame to see our thriving community grow stagnant. By fighting against affordable housing, we are pushing young families out of our neighborhoods and could be trapping them in concentrated bubbles of lower income. We would deny the upcoming generation access to the good jobs, schooling, and safe amenities that make Gilbert such an ideal community. My husband and I are also small business owners, and we see the culmination of these issues firsthand. Our family welcomes other young couples who are eager to contribute to our growing economy, raise their children with us, go to church with us, and work alongside us to help keep Gilbert a family-centered town. Please, please keep Gilbert family-centered and approve the proposed housing at Morrison Ranch. Multi-family housing is not a threat to our community. Lastly, I know I'm short on time, but I want to add in a reminder that property owners' rights are constitutional rights. I believe it would be an overreach for the town to prevent anyone from using their property to its highest and best use. That was once cornfields, but now our community needs to prioritize its upcoming generations and not shut them out. Thank you so much for giving me the time to come here today.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Jimmy Lindblom. Lindblom, apologize.
I guess she didn't get the memo that only apartments are supposed to be built in other towns. That's not really what I came to talk about, but I grew up here in Gilbert, been here over 30 years, and there was a time from Ray Road I could look and see the silos with no houses between, and that has changed drastically. Many of your houses are between there, and so I remember as a kid, my parents being very actively engaged in zoning meetings and these council meetings, and opposing projects, being part of the discussion of what is best for our communities. And I've tried to do that as I've grown up. And I remember some emails I read from my dad that weren't very appropriate. And I think my dad walks on water, but he walked a little less those days. Because sometimes it's how we react to change, how we adapt to change that defines us. And I've been really disappointed in some of those in my community who are very quick to be judge, jury, and executioner, to take little facts and make them to be something that they're not, to accuse individuals like yourselves who come and put yourself up on the dais of impropriety when you may or may not have. And so I could go on for a while, but I just hope as a community that we work together in change and do it in a productive manner. Because personally, I really liked it when it was all farm fields, but I really like all of you too. So thank you.
Our next speaker is Kasha Hosford.
Hello, I am Kasha Hosford. I'm from Santan Ranch, and switching gears majorly, I want to talk about the murder that happened earlier this year. And I would like to first to get those points out before I give you some facts, because time is really short. I would really like the council to push the state to investigate 3 entities versus psychiatric board, because I think they really dropped the ball. Second, Mercy Care took on a patient, and they, I feel like they abused. They didn't reference his psychiatrist and limited medication to him. And third, I think Tilda Manor, I think all of this culminated into just a really horrible event. Tilda Manor, I believe, is neglecting their residents, and I think that to continue to push for the state to have more transparency with what is happening. First of all, with the psychiatric board, in 20 minutes, they decided that Chris Lambeth, who had previously killed his grandparents, was placed in the state hospital and was then released to a clinic that he could move to Phoenix and would change his care to Mercy Care. And his psychiatrist was concerned about his medication that was going to also be changed with that transfer. The psychiatrist was not part of the call at all. And so not only was his medication changed, but he was transferred from a 24-hour intensive care to an 8-hour flex care. Tilda Manor claims that they have 24-hour support, but they continue to call law enforcement for a majority of missing persons cases and need support in finding residents. And these residents, how can they be lost if they are getting 24-hour support? Maybe they're not having staff on site, but they are also not monitoring these people who are having behavioral and mental challenges. I think that these neglectful situations, that these individuals are being neglected and abused, and I would really encourage the council to continue to push for these things to be fixed. Tilda Manor needs to do their job, and they need to do it well. Otherwise, these vulnerable individuals are not getting the support that they need. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our communications from citizens. Everyone that is here for the Santan Adventure Park will be able to speak when we get to item number 54. We're going to move on to the consent calendar. And item number 22 has been removed from the agenda and will be continued at the August 3rd, 2021 council meeting. This is the job order contract for a traffic signal at Gilbert Road and American Heroes Way. We will also bring forward items number 58 and 59 for boards and commissions to consider appointment to 2 of our commissions. So we're asking this evening, are there any items from that council members would like to pull from the consent calendar? Okay, I'd like to request a Councilmember Tilkey to read the appointments for items 58 and 59.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to appoint Michael Bailey to the Veterans Advisory Board with a partial term beginning June 15th, 2021 and ending June 15th, 2023. And a motion to appoint T.J. Clausen to the Redevelopment Commission with a partial term beginning June 15th, 2021 and ending October 31st, 2022.
Along with items 58 and 59, as stated by Councilmember Tilke, we'd also like a motion to approve consent calendar items 1 through 21 and 23 through 50.
So moved. Second.
Please vote. That motion passes. And Mayor Peterson, that concludes the consent calendar.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Handled very well. Moving on to our public hearing items. Are there any comments, questions, or anything that anyone would like to hear on items 51, 52, 53, and 56? 55 has been removed until our August 3rd meeting. I'll go ahead and open the public hearing. Any comments or questions on any of those items? I'll close the public hearing and ask for a motion to approve those items.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Tilke, seconded by Councilmember Yantes. Please vote. Motion passes 7-0. Now we'll move on to item number 54, the zoning appeal of the Santan Adventure Park. Comments from residents are expected to stay on topic of the appeal, limited to the design review case and items that the town council can address this evening. Any personal attacks against anyone, and I will turn the microphone off while you are speaking. I'd like to invite staff member Stephanie Bubenheim to the podium for a presentation on this item.
All right, good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Stephanie Bubenheim. I'm presenting the appeal case tonight on the design review 2182, which is Santan Adventure Park.
Stephanie, excuse me. I need to officially say I open the public hearing.
Sure, sorry. I'm sorry, can I go? Oh, sorry, I was confused.
Sorry, I thought they were waiting for the screen. Sorry.
Sure. So for the vicinity map, the site is located on the southwest corner of Knox Road and Santan Village Parkway. It's in the yellow on the site plan that you can see, and I also outlined the dog park in red as that's been a discussion item and a little bit clarification on that. So I'll just be kind of explaining the design review project as it's still being heard in front of the council tonight, and I'll go through the appeal process, and I'll also go through what the options are for motions for the appeal. We'll go. It's not moving to the next slide. Okay. So this is the phasing plan for the design review project. So phase 1 is what was presented with the design review. It's 2.55 acres of the site. The entire site's the 4.5 acres. So the dog park is located southwest of that brown overview. And then just an overview. Can you go to the next slide? an overview of the site plan, just to kind of give you an idea of where everything is located on the site. Sorry, I got the 2.55 acres wrong. It's 2.4 acres, but there's an 18-hole miniature golf course located at the northeast corner of this site, and then a 22-car outdoor gas-powered go-kart track on the southern portion, and then a splash pad in the middle. And the design review also looked at 3 buildings. So there's a concession building to the west of the mini golf site, a go-kart canopy, and then also a go-kart maintenance building. Okay, now it's working. There's been a lot of discussion about the history of the design review case, and there's been a lot of questions about the entire lease agreement. So we put together a history timeline that it goes beyond the design review case. So it starts in 2015 when the Parks Boards issued an RFP for a recreation amenity. I'm not going to go through every single item on this. I just highlighted the items that are pretty important to the case. So in 2015, the town staff issued the RFP, and that went out into the newspaper. And then in 2016, a neighborhood meeting was held at the Greenfield Junior High between the developer and the Parks and Recreation Department. That was held outside of this design review case that is being presented tonight. In 2017 is when the council approved the lease agreement, and then April 7th of 2021 is when the Planning Commission heard the design review case as a public hearing item. So at the Planning Commission public hearing, they did approve the design review project by a vote of 5-2, and I just want to state the conditions of the approval. These are pretty generic conditions, so just adhering to the exhibits that were presented, making sure that they follow all of our commercial and industrial site plan notes, and that signage would be coming forward in a separate administrative design review case. And then at that Planning Commission public hearing, I put a summary of the residents' concerns. These are also consistent with a lot of the public correspondence that we've received, but mainly unsupportive of the outdoor go-kart track use and the noise, the lights and sounds generating from the mini golf course attractions, reduction in property values and quality of life, increased traffic and parking issues, vehicles driving through the Cottonwood Crossing subdivision, which is located north of Knox Road, and then emissions and odors from the gas-powered go-karts versus doing electric go-karts. And then at the public hearing, I also briefly summarized the items that were discussed by the commissioners. So they did question the noise study with the noise consultant, such as where the noise was being measured from, and noting that it was done by a model and not an existing site. There was some discussion and clarification on the lease agreement and the items and the list of uses permitted in the lease agreement from 2017, the number of parking spaces within Crossroads Park, impacts to the dog park, and then also the public notification requirements for the design review. And then the appeal was filed on April 19th. The grounds for appeal were outlined in the narrative. So there were 3 main grounds of appeal. The first one is that there was no second neighborhood meeting. The second was that the outdoor go-kart should be converted to an indoor go-kart track. And the last one was that the noise study was insufficient. The legal counsel with the town did provide a response to the applicant, noting that the first 2 items did not cover for grounds of appeal for the design review case. Only the noise study really covers for the design review. So design review is really assessing the layout and not so much the use. And then provided in your council packet are additional documents submitted by the appeal applicant. So there is a letter from their legal representative, Tim Lasota. There was a noise study response from, I might get this wrong, but it's Spendiarian and Willis Acoustics. There was also a change.org petition that was opposed to the project, so they provided some signatures and the comments that were provided with that petition. And then there was also some research and data presented of other go-kart tracks and their locations and proximity to neighborhoods in the Southwest United States. And there are also additional documents provided by the design review applicant. So there is a letter responding to that appeal narrative. There is a letter from their legal representative. There is an updated noise study from MD Acoustics, and then there is a new wall proposal site plan, so I'll go into that in a little bit. I did want to touch on some clarification items. So the dog park location, parking, the neighborhood meeting requirements, and also the neighborhood notification requirements. So I'll just go through those briefly. So the clarification on the dog park, it is located outside of the site and completely outside of the lease agreement. So any changes to the proposed site will not change the layout of the dog park. It's still going to be located at that location, and it is currently closed for maintenance. They do close for maintenance to reseed the grass area and do some updates. So just wanted to update that. It is closed right now for maintenance, but not closed due to this case. And then for parking clarifications, the total parking spaces within Crossroads is 976 spaces. There is existing shared parking with AZ Ice and the Santan Adventure Park, so that takes about 599 spaces. And then through the Santan Adventure Park traffic study and their parking agreement, they determined that the first phase would share 68 of those spaces. And then the phase 2 would be required to have 28 additional spaces. So those would be located within the phase 2 area. And then for neighborhood meeting requirements, for design review cases, neighborhood meetings are not required. They can be allowed if the applicant does choose to have a neighborhood meeting. So I just pasted what our neighborhood requirements are in the LDC. So those are required for zonings and any specific plan text or general plan amendments. And the neighborhood meeting that was held in 2016 was outside of the design review case. And that was held by the Parks and Rec Department during that leasing process. And then just some clarification on the neighborhood notification for design review. We do require in our code that design review cases have to be noticed to 300 feet around the property. We do it by the parcel line, so this site is actually within a much larger parcel. It's kind of hard to see, but it's in that light blue outline that includes the AZ Ice. So the 300-foot was sent to all the property owners listed within the assessor's website, and then we also do notify 1,000 feet for any HOAs, and that does cover 2 HOAs for this site. And then just to come back to the appeal, for the scope of the appeal, the grounds, again, really focusing on the noise study. There are 5 possible actions that the council may take with this appeal. They include upholding the approval. They can uphold the approval made by the Planning Commission with additional conditions. They may remand the case back to Planning Commission, reverse the Planning Commission's decision and deny the design review case, or continue the appeal case to a future town council hearing. So the noise study that was done with MD Acoustics, it was done taking some levels of the ambient noise of what's existing on the site and then applying the go-karts with the engine. And that was determined that the dog park would have a decibel change from 53 to 57 decibels. And the residential areas that are across Santan Village Parkway would change about 1 decibel. And that the traffic noise will mask operational noise from the project during peak traffic hours. So essentially that the noise that's existing on Santan Village Parkway would kind of take out the noise that is existing for the go-kart track. And this is just some slides from the noise study, the first noise study. So I'm going to go into each noise study briefly, but we do have some noise study experts here tonight that will be able to answer any questions. So this is just showing a change of the ambient levels and then putting in the go-kart track, how the decibel levels would change at the 5 receptors that they studied. And then for Spendiarian and Willis Acoustics letter, they found that the noise study was missing some pertinent information. So I'll just go through these bullet points that, with their summary at the end. So they noted that the go-kart engines were the only thing that was assessed for that noise study, and that it didn't take into account any of the gearboxes or tires or any other noises that are happening on the Adventure Park site. It did not include any PA systems, sirens, or whistles, and it fails to correctly calculate the sound pressure levels of go-karts at residential land uses to the east. And there was a discretion in line source versus a point source does not account for the number of go-karts on the track proposed, so it wasn't mentioned in that study. And then the acoustic model does not produce sound pressure levels that agree with the measurements published in the manufacturer's data sheet. And then MD Acoustics did update their noise study as a response to that letter. So the sound study, they ended up doing an on-site sound study in California at an existing go-kart that was outdoors. They took readings of 4 times 10-minute readings of 8 super silent muffler carts. And they found that the noise at 290 feet from the furthest receptor that they studied came out to 58 decibel levels. And then the noise at 24 feet came to 76 decibels. And then also provided in your packet as an addendum, there was a new wall proposal that the developer representative is proposing. So on this exhibit, you can see in the red, if you can see it clearly, is the new wall proposal. It would be a 6-foot tall CMU solid wall that would be decorative, that would help alleviate the noise. And then I also included the slides of the full design review case. Again, there's a landscape plan. These are the middle picture at the bottom is what the existing approved fence along Santan Village Parkway of what was approved in the original DR case. The middle image is the wall that is proposed between the dog park and the go-kart track on the southwest portion of the site. So it's a 3-foot solid wall and a 3-foot view fence. And there's just an exhibit of the splash pad. I can go through any of the elevations if you had any questions on those or the conceptuals for the mini golf course, since you are looking at the design review project as a whole for the appeal, but if we can focus on the appeal. I have lighting if you have any questions on the lighting. For public outreach, all correspondence was provided as an attachment in the packet, and then anything that was brought forward to council or staff after the packet was published was also provided to council. So for staff recommendation, we do recommend to uphold the Planning Commission's approval of the design review project. And then if you have questions for me, or I can come back up at the end if you have any other questions.
Thank you, Stephanie. Anyone have any questions for Stephanie at this time? Seeing none, I will go ahead and invite the appellant up. That would be Mr. Tim Lasota. Or Mr. Nelson. Are you representing yourself?
No, Tim. Unfortunately, Tim has been called away, so he is not going to be here today. I do have an additional letter from him, however, to read.
We received a letter this evening from Tim Lasota.
That might be the same one. Also,
First paragraph is the firm represents Randy Nelson.
no.
Oh, different letter then. Thank you. Then Mr. Nelson,
Yeah,
you
I'm
are
not-
the appellant. You get to go first.
Very good, thank
I'll
you.
give you about 15 minutes to make your presentation.
Terrific, I
Thank
appreciate
you.
it very much. My name is Randy Nelson, and I live at 1324 South Portland Avenue, the epicenter of the earthquake that has hit our neighborhood. My bedroom window is, this is interesting to me, my bedroom window is 50 feet closer to this adventure park than the front door of this building to the front door of the municipal office building. That gives you an idea. That gives you an idea of just how close this track is to my bedroom window. Less 50 feet closer to this adventure park than it is to walk next door to the municipal building. Stop and visualize that for a moment. My bedroom window, 50 feet closer to 21 gasoline-powered go-karts than it is for you to walk next door. I will hear the go-karts and simulated plane crashes from 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. weekdays and to midnight on weekends. 7 days a week, 360 plus days a year. A 6-foot wall has been added. Unfortunately, the slope of the property, it appears to me, but our sound expert will probably address this, means that I continue to have a direct line of sight over that wall to what I estimate to about 3/4 of the go-kart track. My neighbors who live in primarily two-story houses will have a direct line of sight to virtually the entire track from their second-story bedroom windows. Unless major unannounced excavation is planned, I don't believe you can even call something a sound wall when a direct line of sight sound is not blocked. Let's talk a little about how we have come to a situation forcing a square peg into a very round hole. My career was always in consumer product sales, selling Casio watches, Seiko watches, Toshiba laptops, etc., to virtually every major national retailer at one time or another. Every salesman's job is to accentuate the positive and pass over the negatives. As an example, I sold Casio watches for many, many years, and I sold them everywhere. When I was presented to Kohl's or Dillard's, I would extol the virtues of all the technology, these marvelous little watches. I would not, however, mention that they would be competing with Target, Walmart, Kmart, Home Depot, and everybody else in the world. So making a profit was very difficult with that product. I even sold them to the federal prison system stores. I wouldn't mention that part. It was the buyer's job to know that and separate the wheat from the chaff. We have the same exact situation with your SAP salesman. His job is to sell you on this wonderful project, what a great addition to Gilbert, what a great entertainment center, etc. As a salesman, his job is to extol the virtues and slide over the negatives. It was the buyer's job, the previous town council, and this, I'm so sorry to be yelling at you folks, knowing that you weren't the ones that really did this. So it was the buyer's job to understand those unstated negatives. He did absolutely nothing wrong. He did things brilliantly, as a matter of fact. It was the SAP salesman's job to convince the buyer, the town council, that these go-karts were so quiet that a sound study was not even needed. So none was done until it was suggested to SAP to do one 4 years after the lease was signed. Think of that. 21 at that time, they thought it was going to be 22 go-karts, didn't need a sound study. He did his job so well, to that point, virtually no effort was put into the first sound study that was finally submitted. Using the salesman's tools at hand, this room heard that 21 gas-powered go-karts will be as quiet as a library. Many of the speakers are pointed downward, so you won't hear them outside the park. That's like saying if I shoot my shotgun straight into the ground, you won't hear it because I pointed it downward. It was stated that the sound of one go-kart becomes the prime sound, so you won't hear the other 20. Just like if you put one kid in a room and you add 20 more, that won't raise the decibel level at all. So good for the SAP salesman. He knew the buyer would only see the fun stuff and did not have the tools to actually peel the onion to see what this project actually was and what it would do to two different neighborhoods. We, however, have searched for these tools and found Mr. Lance Willis. He is Principal Acoustics Engineer with Spenderian and Willis Acoustics and Noise Control to guide us through this maze of technical information that, exactly like the buyer, the old town council, we did not have the knowledge to interpret. Mr. Willis holds a Bachelor's in Mechanical Engineering, a Master of Science in Mechanical Engineering, a PhD in Multidisciplinary certificate in acoustics from the Georgia Institute of Technology. And hopefully Mr. Willis is on WebEx, and I'd like to introduce him now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir, we can.
Okay, thank you. I'm Dr. Lance Willis. I'm the Principal Acoustical Engineer at Spenderian and Willis Acoustics and Noise Control in Tucson. I've been asked by concerned neighbors at Greenfield Lakes to make some comments in regard to noise for the plan to build the go-kart track at the proposed Santan Adventure Park. In my May 25th letter, I demonstrated a modeling error made in the original noise impact study submitted to the town that severely underestimated the sound pressure levels predicted at the neighboring homes to the east of the proposed go-kart track. As expected, this has been verified by measurements made by MD Acoustics on April 30th, 2021 in an operating go-kart track in Palm Springs, California. In their June 9th, 2021 report, the projected sound pressure levels at the nearest homes have changed dramatically. In a separate response to my May 25th letter, also dated June 9th, 2021, the April 30th measurements were referred to by MD Acoustics as being used to further fine-tune the acoustical model. A 13 dB increase in sound pressure level after adding a wall to the east side of the go-kart track is hardly fine-tuning. This is now a completely different noise assessment. Had the town planning department not been given grossly inaccurate sound pressure level predictions in the original noise study, they may have made a different decision regarding approval of this project. The findings in the updated report now indicate that instead of the sound levels produced by the project being significantly less than the roadway noise levels, the homes along Santan Village Parkway can now expect a 4 to 8 dBA increase in sound pressure level above the roadway noise at night. While sound pressure level predictions in the June 9 report are in better agreement with the manufacturer's data sheet and with calculations performed by Spindler Willis, there are still some omissions in the updated report concerning assumptions in the acoustical model. A key parameter in the model of sound sources is the height of the source. In order for a sound wall to be effective, it must block the line of sight from the sound source to the observer. The minimum height required for a sound wall will therefore be determined in part by the relative elevations of the sound sources distributed along the go-kart track in the upper level windows of the homes along Santan Village Parkway. The height of the go-kart sources used in the model is not documented, nor the sound pressure level contours included showing the effect of the CMU wall and how much sound is able to get around the ends of the wall. These contours were included in the original report, but not in the updated report. It's not clear why. This information is needed in order for the town planners and affected residents to review the noise impact study and assess the appropriateness of the sound wall height. We are skeptical that a 6-foot wall will provide sufficient shielding. 6-foot walls are privacy walls and do not generally perform well as sound walls. This is particularly true where there are multi-story homes on a higher elevation overlooking a sound source, as is the case here. Any wall that does not block the line of sight from the upper level windows of the homes to all of the sound sources on the site is merely decorative and does not perform the function of a sound wall. Another potential sound source is people shouting and cheering from the waiting area on the west side of the track. These people will be standing and facing the homes to the east. This will also have a bearing on the minimum required height of the sound wall. As SAP Holdings has stated, that there will be no loudspeakers, sirens, whistles used on the proposed site. They should not object to a condition in the lease to the effect that there will be no amplified sound reproduction devices and no acoustical signaling devices on the site. Now I want to turn to the Gilbert Noise Code. Despite the issues and uncertainties in the noise impact studies to date, the real issue here is the Gilbert Noise Code itself. This code is antiquated and not aligned with other noise codes across the United States. Specifying indoor sound pressure level limits is highly problematic. They are not enforceable except by gaining entry to a private residence and then searching that residence to ensure that all windows and doors are closed. People should not be subjected to this kind of inspection in their homes in order to prove that they're being subjected to excessive noise from outside their property. Section 4261E sets sound pressure level limits inside closed residential structure at 55 dBA during the day and 45 dBA at night. These are extraordinarily high limits to allow inside a residential dwelling. 55 dBA daytime and 45 dBA nighttime limit are common outdoor level limits in many communities in the U.S., usually measured at or near a property boundary. A few examples of this are Carlsbad, California, Palm Desert, California, Palm Springs, California, the state of Colorado, and Oro Valley, Arizona zoning ordinance. Gilbert is unique and highly irregular in my experience in using 55 dBA by day and 45 dBA at night as indoor limits. Federal agencies typically assume a 20 dB level difference between indoor and outdoor sound levels. This implies a minimum of 75 dBA is allowed to enter residential properties during the daytime. We can compare this to recommendations for land use compatibility in ANSI Standard S12.9 Part 5. Land use is considered compatible with a day-night level of 75 dBA. Entering a receiving property include agricultural uses, but not those involving livestock. This is all. Some jurisdictions also include industrial sites such as scrapyards and asphalt or aggregate plants in this category. So to put this in context, the town of Gilbert allows sound pressure levels entering residential land uses that would not normally be considered acceptable for livestock. So what then is reasonable for determining compatibility with existing residential land uses? Fortunately, the Gilbert Town Code does have another clause, Section 4264A, which states, notwithstanding any other provision of this chapter, and in addition thereto, it shall be unlawful for any person without justification to make or continue, or cause or permit to be made or continued, any unnecessary, excessive, or offensive noise which disturbs the peace or quiet of any neighborhood or which causes discomfort or annoyance to any reasonable person of normal sensitiveness residing in the area. Section 4261 is not consistent with other municipal noise ordinances and cannot be used to determine what will cause discomfort or annoyance. Section 4264 must take precedence as stated in the code. This is the second time in the last year I've addressed the Gilbert Town Council regarding abuses of the Section 4261 of the Town Code that permit unreasonable sound pressure levels in residential areas. Perhaps abuse is not the appropriate word to use in this instance. I do not know this developer or their intent, but I have seen abuse in the past. The way this code is written invites abuse whether intended or not. Section 4264 was included in the code for a purpose. It is there so that when other parts of the code fail to protect the residents of Gilbert and their property as completely as Section 4261 has in this situation and others, the town has the means and indeed the obligation under the law to allow reason and common sense to prevail. Is it reasonable that the people of Gilbert do not enjoy the same protections against excessive noise that other communities have? Does placing a loud amusement park attraction like go-karts across the street from a residential neighborhood seem like good planning? Is it reasonable to raise the nighttime sound pressure level for Greenfield Lakes homes that are already 8 dB above recommended nighttime sound pressure levels for residential uses due to roadway noise by another 8 dB? The Planning Commission's approval was based on a grossly inaccurate sound pressure level provided in the original noise impact study. We now have a completely new noise impact study with a 13 dB increase in the expected project sound levels. Finally, the real reason we are here tonight is because of the Gilbert Noise Code. I would like to ask this council to create an initiative to fix the inconsistencies in the code, to bring it in line with other communities and recognized standards, to give the people of Gilbert the same protections against excessive noise enjoyed by other towns, cities, and counties, to give town planners and developers sensible and clear methodologies based on modern best practices for assessing noise impact of proposed projects in order to prevent debacles like the one being appealed here tonight. from occurring in the future. I'd like to thank you for your attention. That concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Willis. While we have Mr. Willis on the line, do you have any, counsel, do you have any comments or questions for him specifically? Yes, Councilmember Anderson.
Dr. Willis, thank you for your efforts. Let me ask you a couple of questions. You've outlined very well that our code, in your opinion, is inconsistent, but nevertheless, I've never seen in any of your documentation whether you agreed or disagreed whether or not it meets our code, the development that is proposed. I've heard that the methodology was all wrong, but I haven't heard any conclusions. Next, I'd like to ask you a question, address whether or not you measured any of the sounds from Santan Parkway itself, from the railroad track, from Crossroads Parks when there are the ball fields and there are kids that are playing there, or the Santan generating plant. Did you do any measurements of noise level into those neighborhoods from any of those uses?
I have not been on site doing measurements. I would say that in this situation, it is not the responsibility of the neighbors to hire an engineering firm and do the developer's noise abatement plan for them. It is up to the developer to demonstrate that they have created a sufficient noise abatement plan to get the sound levels down to something acceptable. The reason I have not been completely definitive on my opinion on this is that the noise studies that we've been presented with are incomplete. And I've explained this earlier. We do not know the height of the sound sources. We don't know if the wall is high enough to block the line of sight from the upper level windows of the houses to the go-kart track. So there are still so many things that we don't understand. I have tried to get the town to understand that there is a second part of the noise code that must be complied with. That is section 4264. And the criteria here is whether this is going to cause disturbance and annoyance to people with normal sensitivity. And by any other, almost any other standard, I gave you a list, Carlsbad, California, Palm Desert, Palm Springs, state of Colorado, Oro Valley. You could not do this. Their noise ordinance will not allow it. The sound pressure levels are too high. The sound pressure levels in the Gilbert Code are abnormally high. Someone at some point in the past has taken an outdoor sound pressure level limit and relabeled it as an indoor limit. This has had disastrous results. This appeal is part of the fallout of that.
Thank you. I'd like to ask a question of our attorney, if I could.
Absolutely.
Chris, could you address the whole idea that one section of the code has to take precedent over the other? I mean, we can't enforce something on a subjective view. That's why we have numbers in the code that we follow.
Mayor, Councilmember Anderson, that's correct. There are the two competing divisions. You've got the section 4261 that talks about the decibel levels, but the 64 does also apply as the consultant spoke about, that someone can make if they make a noise complaint, either one of those code provisions can be and should be enforced.
But if there's a complaint, all we have to go by are the numbers that are outlined in the code.
Yeah,
Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. And otherwise, on the 64, the difficulty in if there's a criminal citation for disturbing the peace, the difficulty is proving what is reasonable, what's unreasonable. It's testimony of the different parties involved.
Okay, I understand. Well, Dr. Willis, I appreciate your thought that our code is antiquated and does not comport with other communities. And I think that we certainly could take that in advisement and look at that at some future time. But right now, we have to work with what we have. And that's the code that's outlined right now in our ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Anderson. Any other comments or questions for Dr. Willis while we still have him on the line? Yes, Councilmember Hendricks?
Dr. Willis, I took some notes as you were speaking here. As I'm trying to listen to you and as disputing the sound study we already have that I've read, and I'm gathering you're trying to write another sound study or review the previous sound study that we had as an expert on sound pressures or sound waves. I'm certainly not an expert enough to describe exactly what your expertise is, but you're obviously highly educated and highly familiar with sound. I gathered that perhaps some sound levels are not safe for cattle. I didn't find that helpful, but I appreciate it. I understand that Carlsbad statutes you find more favorable than the Gilbert statutes. That was good to know as well, but it's also not helpful. I understand that if the wall that wasn't part of your study had been part of your study and perhaps had been higher or shorter, that perhaps you could have given an opinion on it, but since you didn't have it, you're not able to give an opinion on it. I don't find that helpful as I'm trying to understand whether or not these go-karts are going to fit within our code. When you discussed 4261, which is our code, which describes 55 decibels in the daytime and 45 in the nighttime, you feel that our code is inadequate. That wasn't particularly helpful as an expert opinion on sound pressures or sound levels. You explained that 4264 would be helpful as a fallback if 4261 wasn't adequate, that you feel the annoyance to a reasonable person would be adequate. And then you gave us legal advice or speculated on what a developer should or shouldn't do and how a council should or shouldn't behave. I'm looking for expert advice from a sound engineer that can tell me, based on the design that was reviewed, not a design that didn't exist when it was reviewed or could exist at some future time with a different wall or no wall at all. I'm trying to understand, is the design that we are discussing tonight and we're trying to vote on, in your expert opinion, is the sound from that design, does that meet the town code? Whether you like the town code or not, I'm frankly not interested in knowing about. Does the current design meet the town code or does it not? Or are you unable to tell because there hasn't been adequate research?
Okay, thank you for the question. The noise impact studies we've been provided with are incomplete. We cannot do a complete review because there's information missing from them. Critical issue is, will the wall be high enough to block the line of sight to the houses? That will determine whether or not the sound is attenuated or not. The purpose of showing the other codes is to demonstrate that the Gilbert Code would not be considered reasonable in most places. I'd ask you to remember that there are two parts of the code that apply, and one of them has a criteria, essentially a reasonableness. I do not believe that an 8 dB increase in sound pressure levels on these homes is reasonable. They're already at 53 dBA at night. Another 8 dB on top of that is not reasonable for single-family homes. So I hope that answers your question, but we don't have complete information, but I do not see this as a compatible land use.
As an expert on sound and sound pressures, I appreciate that you have an opinion. If you were a citizen in Gilbert, I'd appreciate it even more. but frankly, whether you like the Gilbert Code or not, isn't really relevant to our discussion tonight. What I would like to know is, as a sound expert, it sounds like you're telling me that after your study, there wasn't enough information for you to give any opinion on whether or not the sound would meet the Gilbert ordinance, whether you like the Gilbert ordinance or not. It sounds like your study doesn't give us any information that we can use tonight to make a decision because you didn't have enough information. And I say, I appreciate that you don't like the code. I appreciate it's inadequate. I appreciate Carlsbad is better. And I appreciate that cows would be uncomfortable if they were near this. That's all great. But what I'm trying to understand is, do you have any professional opinion based on your doctorate studies on sound that can help me to understand, will this fit into Gilbert Code and will it not, is one question. And the second question, you've pointed out a legal opinion multiple times that our code 42-64 covers any annoyance of a reasonable person. And if you're going to speculate on legal matters as a sound engineer, then I guess I would like to know, on the assumption that these go-karts violate code 4264, stating an annoyance of a reasonable person, in your opinion, as a sound engineer giving legal advice, are you telling me that if the applicant here violated that law, that the town would have no recourse to enforce the law?
I'm not sure I understand the question, but in my professional opinion, what I would say is that the most modern standard for noise assessment that we have here in the U.S. is ANSI S12.9, parts 4 and 5. And under that standard, this would not be acceptable.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Willis.
Yes, Vice Mayor.
This is Vice Mayor Kaprowski. I have a question, Dr. Willis. I think you mentioned that with the go-karts, the decibel level, and without the wall, the decibel level would be around 61 decibels in the residents' backyards. Could you give us some examples of other environmental noise that is comparable to that?
Comparable to which level?
I think you mentioned the 53 decibel is kind of the ambient, and this would increase it by 8 decibels for a total of 61 decibels. Is that correct?
Those are the numbers in Table 3 of the latest MD acoustics report, yes.
Could you give
so 53 dBA is not too different from an air conditioning compressor, condenser, I'm sorry. Yeah, so increasing that up to 61 would be more or less equivalent to a conversation maybe at 6 to 10 feet.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time this evening, Dr. Willis. I wanted to get those questions in just in case we lose you because we have had issues with WebEx tonight. So, Mr. Nelson, your time expired during Mr. Willis's speaking. Would you like to wrap up now?
Yes. Very quickly, the handouts that I gave you shows the RFP summary that shows the public never had a chance to see this was going on. The town meeting notes show none of the things that were brought up at that town meeting have been addressed. Everything's just the same. That's what started the change.org 800 signatures for people who are completely unaware of this. And I have said before, you're aware of my constant repetition, sorry about that part, that 111 towns in 6 southwestern states have said no to tracks near neighborhoods, and they have said it 150 times. You have Castle Golf's website showing 35 more projects, not one in their neighborhood. You have 4 projects noted in the RFP response, again, not one near a neighborhood. And then let's try again sound study 400 miles from here, again, not near a neighborhood. The buyer must reject pitches from people who are merely sales, such as myself. I am one of those people. You have to separate the wheat from the chaff. One of the biggest items is the projected attendance is not going to attain the income that the last town council thought it was going to attain. Let's say if it did, in other words, the forecast was for 871 people would have attended in a June weekend.
Mr. Nelson, attendance is not something that we can discuss this evening in the
Okay.
purview of this appeal. If you would like to go back to sound and issues that we can really discuss as part of the design review.
Okay. May I read, I'll finish up. May I read Tim Lasota's note?
We have his note up here. I think we've all had an opportunity to read it while we've been listening
Yeah,
along.
I believe it's a different one than you have.
Oh.
I think.
It was just given to us this evening
Yeah,
when we.
I may not have even seen that one yet.
Ours is
In other
dated
words-
May 26th.
Yeah, I don't have a date on it because it's, yeah, it's from yesterday. Anyway, it's like 20 seconds long.
Okay,
May I
go
read
ahead.
that?
Finish up.
I regret that a previous client engagement prevents me from attending tonight. I did include a letter earlier that I hope the council has read. No, that may be what they're referring to. What you're referring to. The staff will undoubtedly try to squelch discussion on the issues related to the failure to hold a second meeting and also on the power of the council to reject this current design and require the development to come up with a design which establishes the design review board, which this council sits tonight to hear an appeal from, to evaluate the design of proposed developments, to promote projects that are attractive, functional, and in harmony with their surroundings. That's section 5.108 of the Gilbert Town Code. The council is well within its rights and should conclude that the noise study was flawed and the applicant must return with a new noise study. Also, number 1, council is empowered to reject plans such as the ones presented by the applicant that are simply not in harmony with the surrounding areas. And finally, number 2, the seeds for this problem were planted with the failures to require an additional public meeting on the proposed Santan Adventure Park, and that this defect must also be cured before the project can be considered further. Please vote to overturn the approval of the Design Review Board. If the council does not insist on both a project and a procedure that does not suffer from the project stated above, I think that a body reviewing the council's action will have no trouble doing so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. You will have an opportunity to come back up after we do some public comments. Next, I'd like to invite up the original applicant of the design review. Would that be Mr. Lake? Thank you. Sean Lake, please.
And Mayor, may I clarify a point on the noise ordinance?
Oh, yes, sorry.
So 4261 is the one that has that decibel levels, and an officer, responding noise complaint, can take a sound meter and take a measurement. 4264 is unnecessary noise in a residential area. An officer can also use that evidence and use that statute as well, that ordinance as well, to cite where there is unnecessary, excessive, or offensive noise that disturbs the peace. So they can cite under either one or both.
Thank you for that follow-up, Chris Payne. Mr. Lake, please.
Mayor, council members, my name is Sean Lake, 1744 South Val Vista, here on behalf of Santan Adventure Park. I want to appreciate the opportunity. This is a little unusual for me in that I'm not the appellant, if you will. I would be the respondent here. This is not a zoning case that we're here to discuss this evening. This is an appeal of a case that has a very limited scope of review, as pointed out by the town attorney to the appellant in its case. And so first off, let me clarify or just point out a couple of things to clarify. Their noise analyst indicated that this is like a zoning case where we have a burden of proof, and that's not the case in this instance here this evening. The appellant has the burden of proof to establish that our design does not meet the noise ordinance. And so that's really what we're here to discuss, and I don't think they've met their burden of proof. They haven't established any evidence or any studies or reached any conclusions, both in their report or in their testimony, that what we are proposing violates the town code or the noise ordinance. They haven't met their burden of proof. I'm clicking and nothing's, there we go. So what we're here to discuss is the appeal of the decision of the Design Review Board, and that is limited to the scope of sound. We are not here to discuss land uses. We're not here like a typical zoning case that we typically would be here discussing that I've been doing for many years. In fact, the use that largely is being discussed as go-karts is contained within the list of uses that has always been discussed for this park. The noise ordinance, as was discussed by the appellant, is, and I summarize, I know you have it in your packet, you've read it in both noise studies analysis and many of the information on the record, talks about it's measured inside with the windows and doors closed, not to exceed the following, which is 55 dB inside or during the daytime and 45 during the nighttime. This is a quantitative standard, not a subjective standard. That's what we're here to evaluate. And quite frankly, they have not presented any evidence that establishes that any part of this design would violate the town's code. We, on the other hand, have presented two studies. One, a model that was the first study that was submitted, and the second study is an actual real-life study from a real-life go-kart track. Both of those studies have concluded that it does and will meet the town code. Those studies were done by Mike Dickerson, who is with us here this evening. He has an exceptional track record in this. He does these all the time. He has done over 5,000 studies and has high certification for this. And so we have our expert opinion that is reaching conclusions and recommendations about this, not just pointing to other cities that may or may not, and the insufficiency, in their opinion, with the town code. So in the original noise study that was presented to the town, that was a model based upon what we anticipate this project to be. And in that noise study, it was projected to meet the town code. That study was presented before the Planning Commission as well. We also updated that study as a result of the applicant's appeal to address specifics. They wanted more real-world analysis. And so we actually went out and did a real-world analysis of a go-kart track to determine what type of impact, and then extrapolated that information to this site so that conclusions could be reached as to whether or not this project would meet the town code, which is the standard on whether or not the design review should be upheld. And in that study, it was determined that the predicted levels would be between 31 and 41 decibels indoors. And remember, the code is 55 and 45. So it's below the standard set forth in the code. This is with no mitigation. We also went further to determine what those noise levels would be to the nearest residential in the noise study, in both noise studies, and what those would be. And in that, we took 4 different locations and projected what that noise study would conclude from the real-world study, the real-world analysis of an existing go-kart facility and the existing site, where our noise analyst actually went and studied and then was on site to make these determinations. And nowhere in his findings, both in the model and the real-world analysis, did he conclude anywhere there would be a violation of the town code. In fact, you can see the noise decibel levels would be, at all times, would be below the nighttime level inside the town, even during the daytime. After meeting with the neighbors and reviewing the letter from their application of appeal, we decided let's send a letter to the town because we want to be good neighbors. We're not here just to jam something down the throat, but we're here to say we comply, this use has already been determined, but we're willing to make additional concessions. Those have to do with using quieter mufflers, not using loud PA type speakers for calling people. Teddy, come over to the putt-putt golf, or Sally, come over to the go-kart area. We won't be using that type of PA equipment. We won't be using sirens or whistles that were brought up in the letter by the applicant. If necessary, we don't think it's necessary to install the wall, quite frankly. And quite frankly, we think it's quite a burden to this project because a lot of the success of this project is going to be the visibility from Santan Parkway. Let's not remember, we have a major arterial running north-south between this park and the residences to the east, a very well-traveled roadway. And in between that, we think with or without a wall, we comply with the town code requirement. But if it is determined at some point that the operations of this facility would violate the town code, this applicant would be willing to work with the town to install a noise or sound barrier to help that. We don't think it's necessary. We don't think it's needed to comply with the town code, but we were willing to do that to help with those concessions if, in fact, when this operation is happening, there is any sense of a violation. Let's see. What I wanted to point out is we must remember we're talking about studies, analysis, and we're talking about projections. This is our expert making conclusions, their expert making testimony, but at the end of the day, what this council decides here this evening doesn't change the fact that this facility needs to comply with town code going forward, regardless of whether it's a unanimous vote or we like it or we don't like it. They still have to comply with the code. This is not something where if there's a yes vote tonight, they don't have to comply. We're done. It's over. No more discussion about this. Ongoing effort, we still have to comply with the code. And if we violate the town code, the town has authority to require that the operations comply with the code and be brought into the code and do whatever mitigation efforts that they can to bring it into conformance with the code. So it's not an end decision here this evening. There are continued remedies available both to the neighbors and to the town should this project not comply. And finally, I wanted to point out, we would request that the appeal be denied. And why is this? The town staff has reviewed this design review application. They've analyzed it and they've recommended approval. The Town Planning Commission has reviewed this and recommended approval. We have submitted 2 noise studies from a noise acoustics expert who has reached conclusions, and in both of those studies, both a model and in a real world analysis extrapolating real world data to this site, both have concluded that this will comply with the town's noise ordinance. And quite frankly, there's been no evidence submitted by the appellant to meet their burden of proof that we won't when this is developed. And so we think because there has been not enough evidence submitted to reach the burden of proof, that the town council must deny the application. So with that, we would be happy to answer any questions. We're happy to work with the council going forward, and we would ask that you deny the application to appeal the board and uphold the decision of the Planning and Zoning Board Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Lake? Seeing none. Mr. Lake, I'll have you sit down at this time. You will be able to come up after the public comment and provide some more comments at that point.
Thank you.
Before we start the public comment, because we have so many speakers that want to speak, the council would like to take a 5-minute break. We've already been here since 5:15 for our first meeting, so if you don't mind, we will take a break and then we will start our public comment. Thank you. As we get started with the public comment, I'm just going to remind everyone that comments from residents are expected to stay on the topic of the appeal, limited to the design review case and the items that the town council can address this evening. Any personal attacks against anyone, and I will turn the microphones off. I'm going to start with Dean Christensen, who has also had time donated to him by Kara, and I'm going to give Dean, if you could come down to the podium, introduce yourself, tell us your city of residence, and Chevelle, I'll give him 4 minutes.
4, okay. I'll bet you can guess what city I'm from. That's Gilbert. Let's see if I can do this in 4. Once again, SAP Holdings I'm going to be speaking in regard to SAP Holdings' response to the design review appeal that was dated May 26, 2021. Once again, SAP Holdings and apparently some council members are doubling down on Gilbert Code Section 4261 while basically completely omitting and ignoring Gilbert Code Section 4264. This is from SAP Holdings' response regarding Gilbert Noise Code. It is important to note that Gilbert's municipal code regulates noise as follows. It is unlawful for any person to create any noise which would cause the noise level measured from the inside with the windows and doors closed from a complainant's residential dwelling to exceed the following community noise standards for more than 15 minutes in durations and more than 2 times in 1 hour. Imagine that, 30 minutes to get a violation. Daytime from 5 a.m. to 10 a.m. it has to exceed 55 decibels. This shockingly demonstrates how ineffectual Gilbert Noise Code 4261 is. So essentially, up until 10 p.m., if the adventure park doesn't emit noise inside a home over 55 decibels for a duration of 15 minutes, twice in an hour, they're not in violation. No wonder SAP Holdings and apparently a couple council members are intensely fixated on this single code while completely omitting noise code section 4264, and apparently the town attorney also is somewhat dismissive of this code. From SAP Holdings' response to design review appeal, as we stated in public hearing and elsewhere, the park will not include loudspeakers and sirens. Computerized background music system will provide controlled music playback and localized miniature golf and sound effects. Speaker placement, direction, and volume controls will ensure that sound is directed toward the interior of the park. And that doesn't sound too bad. Now listen to this point. This is their last point. If ambient music is used elsewhere in the park, it will likewise be localized and designed so that it should not fall far below the town noise ordinance standards. That's fairly subtle, isn't it? If and ambient are the key words here. What if SAP Holdings subtly acknowledges there may be ambient music in let's see. So they are subtly acknowledging there may be ambient music in the park. SAP Holdings states there will be no loudspeaker in the park, then proceeds to explain if there is ambient music, the sound emitted should fall below the town noise ordinance standards. This is where it's important to remind you this is a grossly inadequate noise code 4261. Given this, their loudspeaker reference is simply an exercise in semantics. A speaker is a speaker, regardless of what term you use to describe it. This is from the response to the design review from SAP Holdings. Gilbert's noise standard is not whether or not you can hear a sound, but rather it is whether or not a noise creates a persistent violation of the sound levels in the code. No violations are expected to occur. The project will comply with all applicable city regulation standards. So SAP Holdings is simply doubling down on this single, almost completely unenforceable code 4261. From SAP Holdings design review appeal, they state, no individual town resident nor business should be held to a higher standard than what is in the code. Wow. And we just learned a lot about this code, right, from our expert, which a couple council members pretty much completely dismissed. But they're basically saying if you can't prove that it violates that code, you got nothing. Okay. So we're not really acknowledging, well, is that my time buzzer? Okay, let me finish up. This is actually what 4264 states. And I would appreciate if the town attorney would probably be more forthright about this. Notwithstanding any other provision in this chapter, and in addition thereto, it shall be unlawful for any person without justification, that chapter includes both codes, to make or continue to cause or permit to make or continue unnecessary, excessive noise. It has a very general list of things that violate that code. Please stop dismissing this part of the code. I realize this got passed in 5 minutes. I watched the town council meeting last night. 5 minutes. There was no one from the public here for that. 5 minutes. It was green lighted, and you know, I can see how easy this is. We're really at a disadvantage here. We cannot combat this if you guys don't take this second code seriously. If you just hunker down and double down on the 4261, you're right, we can't beat it. But if you take a moment to actually realize that it's completely unenforceable. Can you imagine having a police officer in your home? For 30 minutes, he's got to measure that 15 minutes twice above 55 decibels. That's outrageous. So, you know, I have a feeling most of you have already made up your mind, but you still have an opportunity to at least do a postponement and push it back to the design committee. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker, I'm a little confused by. So I have people donating time to Don Jordan, but then I have Don Jordan donating time to Susan King. Susan King, are you prepared to speak? Okay, I will give you 6 minutes, Susan.
I'm going to start, and then
My name is Bryson Weiser. I live in Greenfield Lakes.
And I'm Susan King, and I live in Greenfield Lakes. As a 20-year Greenfield Lakes resident, my family and I oppose the adventure park. Our daily quality of life and the peacefulness of our neighborhoods are at a significant risk. There have been many valid concerns raised regarding the increased noise, environmental, and traffic pollution. I want to add another perspective. The bottom line is money. Otherwise, no one would invest hard money, time, or provide resources. The goal of any business is to prosper and profit. If there's no money to be made moving forward, it is a bad business decision. So really, how viable will the operation be long term? This location is simply a bad choice for this type of business. SAP Holdings, Representative Castle Golf, negotiated a sweetheart lease deal for the parcel, making this less of a risk on the financial level. The park would be located next to a dedicated sports complex that SAP Holdings claims will provide attendees as part of their customer base. Parents and kids arriving and preparing for sporting events do not have time to come to and drive go-karts, play 18 holes of mini golf, or get wet on a 100 square foot splash pad before a game. After the game, the kids and families are hot, tired, and hungry. They are going to grab pizza, go home, eat, clean up, relax, and from the sporting goods. They are not headed to the adventure park. A few of the current and upcoming venues with longevity in mind would pull patrons away from the Santan Adventure Park. They are stuff like the Main Event, Top Golf, and then the new ones, Urban Air Adventure Park is opening a 50,000 square foot indoor facility less than a mile south, and Revel Surf Park, a 40-acre project with 3 acres, surf lagoon and wave pools, beaches, restaurants, and splash pads, plus amenities, is coming soon at Power and Warner. and also the multi-use, multi-million-dollar Gilbert Regional Park.
Revenue and profitability are directly related to patrons. If the business starts to falter and traffic reduces, so then do revenues and corresponding taxes and benefits to the town. In the long run, I think Santan Adventure Park is doomed to fail. Does the Gilbert town really believe this makes good business sense? Will it actually benefit the town economically? Please consider the concerns and thoughts of Gilbert residents and do the right thing. It is always the right thing to do. Thank you for our time.
Thank you both. Next, I have Deanne. Sorry, I can't make out your last name. Deanne? Come down and introduce yourself and just give us your municipality of residence, please.
Mayor, how many minutes on the timer?
My name's Deanne Huth. I'm a Cottonwood Crossings resident for 18 years. I've seen the ice park go in where my kids have played baseball in the area, and we currently use the dog park. You know, I hear a lot of what ifs today, and I think, well, common sense isn't that common anymore because this project does not make sense. I don't think anybody is disputing the miniature golf. I don't think anybody is disputing the water park. What I hear is people are disputing gas-powered 21 golf carts rolling around in a circle in front of a dog park, and a 6-foot wall isn't going to cover it. I have my home that backs that road on Knox. Can somebody do a survey in my home, a study? I'll gladly give it up. I have another neighbor who has a 2-story on the east side. She's willing to do the study inside her door. With the doors shut and everything, we can hear noise. This is excessive noise, and it doesn't make sense. So when we do the 42-1 and our sound pressure, if we call the cops over there and it is over the limit of noise, who do we sue? Is it a class action lawsuit? Where do we go from here? It just doesn't make sense. These are neighbors in a neighborhood, and how would you guys like it for 21 golf carts in your backyard? And that's what I'm dealing with. And I think our neighbors here we love Gilbert. We voted for you, you know. Vote for us, help us out. I think shame on them. Shame on them for not finding out. And when was the study done? Was it done at noon when nobody's there? We like time frames of when this noise was and when it's done. We need more facts on it, you guys. We need to make a solid, sound decision, and we're counting on you as voters. Thank you.
Thanks, Deanne. Next up will be Sandra Avery, and then we'll have Nikki Reber, after that.
My name is Sandra Avery, and I'm at Cottonwood Crossings. I had things written, and it's just kind of been all over the board. So I'll start, and we'll see where we go. So I am going to address the letter from Attorney Sean Lake to the Town of Gilbert attorney that's included in the packet that you have. Item 2, while we appreciate the gesture of providing a 6-foot wall around the greenfield side of the track, it's not sufficient. The only way that we won't oppose the go-karts is if they're inside a building. Putting a 6-foot wall would be the equivalent of listening to your neighbor down the road mowing his lawn surrounded by a 6-foot wall, and it's just not going to make a difference. The section regarding good neighbor policy, item A, it states that there will be no loudspeakers on the property, and that's been addressed, but it's the semantics between there won't be any loudspeakers, and if the music needs to be turned up, we can turn it up. So that's just a bit confusing. Second, in the second to the last paragraph, and this has also been addressed, he wrote, I hope that at or before the town council meeting next week, you will provide instructions to the council reminding them that their role in this matter is to determine whether or not the design review board erred in their approval of the original design review case. So we had gotten an email from Stephanie Bubenheim that actually said there were 3 options: that you can uphold the approval, modify, or reverse the decision of the design. So I was actually surprised when I saw you have 5 options. So we're just hoping that you'll really consider us in that and not just approve it. There's also been discussion about the private or about the neighborhood meeting and the fact that the go-karts were on that list of 34 things. And we've said it over and over, and I just wanted understood that in 2016, when they had this neighborhood meeting, it was at that time, it was a miniature golf, an outdoor maze, and a splash pad. They were asked if go-karts were on the schedule, and they said there's no plan for go-karts. And so they had that neighborhood meeting. And so then all of a sudden, go-karts show up, and it says that another neighborhood meeting is not required. So in the Town of Gilbert Land Development Code 5-204 neighborhood meeting under item F, additional meeting, it says, quote, if the application is substantially modified from what was presented at the neighborhood meeting, a second neighborhood meeting shall be held to present the modified application. So it's just frustrating for me. I'm a person that I'm straightforward and I'm honest and I try to be really trustworthy. And so much of this journey along this way has been about semantics. It's been about just word plays and everything. And Mr. Hendricks, I totally respect you, but the sound expert, Dr. Willis, he did not conduct any kind of study. And the way you were sort of referring to him was that, did you do this study? Did you do this? And he didn't do those. We consulted with him for his professional opinion to give us his opinion on the studies that were done. And so that I just felt bad for him because he's a very respected person and I didn't feel that he was taken seriously. Anyway, in closing, it's been a long road and I just hope that you will really consider and ask yourself just honestly, aside from everything, if you really were living there in our place, if you would be okay with it being that close to you and watching your neighbor walk her little old dog down there to the park every morning, you know, knowing that that's just going to be messed up for her. So I really hope that you consider that, and we're not against this project. We think it would be a fun project, but just not right there. It just does not make sense. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Sandra. Next, we'll have Nikki Reber, and then following, we'll have Sue Donovan.
Hi, I'm Nikki Reber from Cottonwood Crossings. I appreciate that they've offered that 6-foot fence. It's kind of a waste of money and time because it won't do any good. The one thing it will do is bounce sound back into the park and back into those homes along Knox and Cottonwood and across the park all the way to my place. And I'm not anywhere near you guys. I'm clear on the other side next to the SRP power plant. Mr. Hendricks, I believe you brought it up and asked about, was there any sound study done over at SRP? I live next to that place, literally. I can have my windows open anytime I want. It does not bother me. There is not that kind of sound coming out of that plant. You're welcome to come to my house and see for yourself. I hear my AC unit turn on and off more than I hear that plant. And that's in this heat when it's running hard 24 hours a day. So the 6-foot wall just really wouldn't work for me. I think this whole thing is a mistake. I would easily go with what they had originally wanted to do. I don't have a problem with that. But for them to come along later and say, we want to add this because that might make us some money where the other stuff won't, and it just has basically been shoved down our throats, whether we like it or not. And he can sit here all he wants and talk about these decibel levels. I agree with the sound expert that we found that says your code is way out of date. I worked for Motorola for 20 years inside clean rooms where we were really closed in, and we had decibel studies done constantly to make sure that all that machinery that ran 24/7 did not harm our hearing. And we were never allowed to have decibels like that, ever. So thank you. You need to figure out a different way to do this. Oh, and by the way, I do appreciate the fact that you're caught between a rock and a hard place, because I understand this is a 30-year lease. And for you to just turn around and say, we're not going to honor this lease, it lets those guys open to sue the crap out of the town of Gilbert for any perceived loss of income on their little adventure. So you're really stuck.
Next, we'll have Sue Donovan, followed by Charlie Gerard.
My name is Sue Donovan, and I'm a resident of Gilbert. It has been mentioned in some previous meetings here on this same topic that there's a provision in the lease that music from the golf feature can be raised to mitigate noise from the go-karts if necessary. Common sense tells me that this project in its entirety is the very definition of unnecessary noise, as put forth in Gilbert Town Noise Ordinance Section 42-64, entitled Unnecessary Noise. Something which doesn't seem to be very important to this panel this evening. And I quote, to revisit what my compadre Dean Christensen has mentioned, this section of the town noise code is every bit as important as numbers. Section 42-64, notwithstanding any other provision of this chapter, and in addition thereto, it shall be unlawful for any person without justification to make or continue or cause or permit to be made or continued any unnecessary, excessive, or offensive noise which disturbs the peace or quiet of any neighborhood, or which causes discomfort or annoyance to any reasonable person of normal sensitiveness residing in the area. This concept of reasonableness is not an opinion of Dr. Willis. It is written into the city code. B, the factors which will be considered in determining whether a violation of the provisions of this section exists will include, but not be limited to, the following. 1, the volume of noise. 2, the intensity of the noise. 3, whether the nature of the noise is usual or unusual. 4, whether the origin of the noise is natural or unnatural. 5, the volume and intensity of the background noise, if any. 6, the proximity of the noise to residential sleeping facilities. 7, the nature and zoning of the area within which the noise emanates. 8, the density of the inhabitation of the area within which the noise emanates. 9, the time of day or night the noise occurs. 10, the duration of the noise. 11, whether the noise is recurrent, intermittent, or constant. 12, whether the noise is produced by a commercial or non-commercial activity. 13, whether it is a pure tone noise, whether it is an impulse noise. I find it very telling that the respondent never includes in their remarks this section of the town noise code.
Next, we'll have Charlie Gerard, and then Test over, please.
I feel guilty. I printed this off. I know the procedure. Give it to them. You know, the one thing before I start, I think it's interesting. I've presented 4 out of 5 times at this council meeting. You have to ask yourself, Nobody wants this. Nobody wants it. They'd be here. Nobody wants it. Okay. So my name is Charlie Gerard. I live in the Cottonwood Crossing. So I says I plan to cover the misconception stated by Mr. Lake. He's the person who was up here before. It was during a memo that he sent out to Christopher Payne, the Gilbert Town Council. It says in the letter, Mr. Lake stated our client is willing to make the following concessions to demonstrate our commitment to be a good neighbor policy. So I want to talk a little bit about that because you've seen some of the presentations up here. In there, I identified, which you've seen a couple of times now, the number of meetings, okay? I'll talk about a few of them. In 5 years, this project has been under discussion and planning. There's never, okay, been a meeting with the neighborhood of Greenfield or Cottonwood Crossing to acknowledge their plans in putting in a go-kart. This was part of their good neighbor policy. Never mention it. 2, on October 19, 2016, Ben Cooper was asked specifically by Randy Nelson, who came up here, if go-karts were going to be included in the design, and Ben Cooper said, not at this time. Okay, and 3, it was 15 days before the Planning Commission meeting on April 7th, 2021. Signs went up, the yellow signs or whatever, and the Cottonwood Crossing, not in the Greenfield area, notifying, of their plans. Notifying people of their plans. When you drive, you're looking straight ahead. You're not looking around to see these obscure signs. But again, this was part of their good neighbor policies. There was no noise study. You've all heard about that. In February 14, 2017, the lease was approved. The noise study was an afterthought. They said, hey, you better do a noise study. It was an afterthought, and you talked about the 2 different studies. It was a simulated study of one go-kart, and the whole story behind that. Even the planning commission people, the 2 people said, I talked to you guys before, call the cops if they violated. The neighborhood, we had to scramble. Okay, once we realized at the planning committee meeting and what was being proposed, the go-karts. This was total surprise to everyone, which created over 554 signed signatures, petitions in less than 5 days and 800 currently. Again, part of their neighborhood engagement policy. So conclusions, it would have been very simple for Ben Cooper to contact the HOAs of Greenfield and Cottonwood Crossing to solicit their help in the neighborhood meetings starting in 2016 and once the lease was signed in 2017 to gauge the neighborhood's interest and issues. But this was not done because it's part of their good neighbor policies. Ben Cooper knew the neighborhood would be adamantly opposed, so he was going to try to jam it through without the knowledge. And again, this was part of his good neighbor policy. I won't get into I said this because I don't want to, was designed to catch the neighborhood off guard in hopes of getting the required approvals. And again, all part of their good neighbor policy. If you approve this project and tactics used by Ben Cooper in never engaging the neighborhoods and trying to push this project through in the dead of night, I guarantee you this good neighbor policy will be used time and time again by other developers if you reward Ben Cooper or SAP. Bottom line, it should have never been approved by the Planning Commission given that there was no valid noise study, no traffic study, and no parking study. From the casual observer, it's obvious this was approved by the good old boy system. You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. Obviously, also, it's obvious to the casual observer that if this was in your neighborhood, no noise study, none of this stuff would ever even apply. Your answer would be no. Let's not kid ourselves. Your answer would be no. Okay, we need to send it. Please stand up for the residents of Greenfield and Cottonwood Crossings and send a clear message to Ben Cooper and the developers that you don't approve of their good neighbor policies. And this is the last point that I'm going to make, and it's really important that you guys realize this. Good, bad, or indifferent, these aren't my opinions. I'm paraphrasing. Okay, this is the first time I've really presented. I've never been engaged in any type of forums before, but this is how you guys are perceived, okay? I talked to 25 to 30 people regarding our approval. Not one said that the Gilbert Town Council would side with their neighbors. They're 100% aligned with big businesses, and that's where their alliance resides. I said, this was hard for me to believe since I presented at 4 out of the 5 town council meetings. Many people have presented factual information which you need to make an informed decision. And I kept asking myself, you know, what kind of people would approve this project after all that was presented to you guys? Nobody wants this project.
Charlie,
You know,
Charlie,
I'm done.
Charlie.
And so I will close with this Bible passage. Treat others the way you want to be treated. Please say no to this project. Thank you.
Test over, and then Elena Stump, please.
Hi, I'm Tess Stover. I live in Greenfield Lakes. I am overwhelmed by the information I've heard tonight, and I shouldn't be laughing. I wasn't going to speak tonight. I was here a month ago, and I was talking about the air pollution that gets caused by the go-karts. One go-kart running 1 hour equals one car driving 350 miles. That's a lot of pollution. And I wanted to come and speak again tonight because a friend of mine has 3 family members that had to stay indoors today on breathing treatments because our air quality was so bad. And the question is, how can we justify adding all this air pollution? And then I had to, I remembered the meeting from June 1st. We recognized the people with PTSD. And I'm sure they're going to thank us for recognizing them every time we have simulated airplane crash, complete with sound effects several times an hour as they're shaking in their boots and having meltdowns and thinking, thank you, Gilbert Town Council, for thinking of us. I mean, that's pretty sad. And I know when we talk about the noise, we talk about, we've got the planes, we've got the trains, we've got SRP, but that's not 15 hours straight. And I know that a conversation 6 feet away from us doesn't sound like a big deal, but I guarantee somebody's going to be standing 6 feet away from me talking for 15 hours. One of us will be gone by the end of that time. So just to summarize it, I'm just saying that please represent the people of Gilbert. We voted you in. You are to represent us. Please do your job, and thank you so much.
Elena Stump, followed by Kelly Stramiel. I hope I got that right.
Hi, my name is Elena. I live in Greenfield Lakes. I just want to make a comment on the pastor that opened up with a prayer tonight. He said, and I probably won't say it exactly, but he was saying that we as God's people yearn to lay down in the grass so that we can be restored. And that's kind of like, I don't have a bunch of facts. This is just my thought in my heart. That's what my house is to me, where I get restored, where I go for peace. I looked at a lot of tons and tons of houses before I decided on that. And it wasn't just, oh, that one's pretty, I'm gonna move there. I mean, a lot goes into it and the quality of my life there. After a long day at work, you guys said you've been here since 5:15. I've been up since 5 o'clock. I definitely don't want to be here. And I don't like the idea thinking that leaving here, I would be going home and there would still be go-karts and kids screaming and all that going on. I'm an old lady. I don't stay up till midnight. 10:30, I'm out. I'll be glad when all of this is over. I'm tired of being called names because I'm being selfish. I don't want people to have fun. It's not that I don't want people to have fun, but when I need to go home to my safe place, the one place I can control, I don't want to be bombarded with all the crazy stuff that's going to be going on outside and all the noise. I appreciate what Mr. Lake said about we think, it's going to be this, and we think, he said think a lot. And I think that those of us, because it seems like everybody that's come up here, I feel like I'm the baby. I've only been there for 14 years. But I think that we deserve the respect to not think that it's not going to be too loud for us to have a peaceful evening at home. I want to know that my quality of life is not going to change, and I don't have to be a hermit in my house hoping I can have some peace and quiet. And I don't think that that's too much to ask. And then the last thing I just want to say is that my pastor has a saying, and I think it applies here. He just says that people are more important. People are more important than money, than anything. And I think right now, like us people that live there, we need to be shown some respect, and we need to feel like we're important. So, thank you.
Thank you. Kelly Stremiello, and then Julie Moore, please. Sorry if I butchered your name, Kelly.
You got it. You got it right. Stramiello. Hi, I'm Kelly Stramiello. I live in Greenfield Lakes, and my house backs up to the park in Greenfield Lakes as you enter the neighborhood, which is directly across from the proposed go-kart tracks. I didn't need to have a sound study done. I've told this story here at a previous meeting because back in 2013, my husband and I, with our 2 very small children, moved from Tempe to Gilbert to get away from the craziness of Tempe and living near the ASU campus, and we wanted a more peaceful life for our kids. So when my oldest daughter turned 3 years old, and I have to say, I'm blessed with a kid that sleeps. She's a good sleeper. Tonight, just texting with my husband, I said, is she in bed yet? 7:30. She's 10 years old. Still goes to bed at 7:30. Good sleeper, always has been. So when she turned 3 years old, the weekend that she turned 3, there happened to be a carnival on that same lot. And it was a good time. We took her over there. She thought that we set that up for her birthday, that was our gift to her, and we let that roll. So when it came time that night and the following night to go down to bed, she could not. Windows closed, second floor bedroom, could not go to sleep because of the sound of the carnival. And I guarantee that the sound of a Ferris wheel going around with people laughing and giggling is not nearly as loud as the sound of having 21 go-karts going around. I didn't need the study because I've already lived it, and I didn't make a big thing of it at the time because it was one weekend, and who cares about one weekend? But now we're talking about 15 hours a day when she's not going to go to bed till midnight because of the sounds coming from that. She's going to be waking up at 6 a.m. to this sounds. It's a lot to ask of our kids. When I told her about the park and I told her about the go-karts, without context, clues from her parents, she was like, that sounds loud and that doesn't sound fun. So she on her own has decided she's not going to this park. And I guarantee a lot of friends of hers will follow with that. So there were other options that were quieter. The maze sounded so fun. Everybody loves a corn maze, and you only get that one time a year. Having a maze all year round sounded amazing. A zip line sounded really cool and exciting. Why this very loud project? Thank you.
Thanks, Kelly. Julie Moore, and then Ross Pfaff.
Hi, I'm Julie Moore, and I live in Cottonwood Crossings. What I have to say
is for you to hear our voices, the voices of the people who have put their trust in you to do the right thing for us, to keep our neighborhoods and our communities a peaceful and pleasant environment, as it was for the past 25 years. It is our hope that the outcome of your decision will benefit the residents of Cottonwood Crossings and Greenfield Lakes, but also the patrons of the AZ Ice successful business and the city sports programs that the many who use the dog park and the lake area. Do the right thing, please, for us.
Thank you. Russ Pfaff and then Monica Weiser.
Hey, good evening. Ross Paff, I live in Greenfield Lakes. And so there's a couple of things to be considered here. And one of them is I want to just bring you to the lease. The lease agreement originally from 2017 required that the construction be done within 2 years. And then there was an extension that was signed and brought that up to March 2nd of 2021. Construction has not started, has not completed. Therefore, the lessee has defaulted on this agreement, and this agreement should be voided by the board immediately. So going back to the rest of it, SAP as a business entity prior to 2017, what they did was a classic bait and switch. So they had this big parade. They had all these charts for the planning board. They came in. They said, "Yeah, we're looking to bring in a nice, quiet, family-oriented park." And quiet was right in the notes from those meetings back prior to 2017. So what happened was they presented this, and then all of a sudden they're coming up with this race car idea. It's just ridiculous. It's crazy. And, you know, in spite of the condescending comments from some of our leaders here to that sound expert, I would venture to say that the sound expert from Mr. Land can't even be considered an expert because his first survey was flawed, and he acknowledged that he used improper methods to create that. And his second survey, they were too lazy to even come back out here and do it on site again. So you have to disregard whatever he gave you. So I'll leave you with this, because the law, we go back to the law, you know, 4264, and I know it talks about what reasonable people think. So I'm going to present to you a room full of reasonable people. How many of you, by show of hands, think that this noise is going to be too loud?
Mr. Pfaff.
There you go.
You need to address the council.
I am. I'm giving you evidence.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Monica Weiser, please.
Thank you. I'm Monica Weiser. I live in Greenfield Lakes. I spoke at the last meeting regarding the property values, and I've been listening to everything that's been saying here today. As we gathered even on Saturday to make other people aware, I heard as far as the property values, I spoke as far as this is going to bring it down. People are already selling. They don't believe in your council to do the right thing for us. I've heard as far as the wall. I am 5 foot. So you're talking another foot taller than I am that noise is going to go over. You could stand beside me and noise will go up. You can stand 6 feet away from me and your voice would still carry over. I don't think the wall is going to enhance anything. If anything, it's going to be an eyesore because now, like they mentioned, the visibility from the street is not going to be there. So they are now going to need huge signs now that we've got another eyesore. That ice, Arizona ice, there are no signs out of the property, but we all know it's there. People are going to wonder what's back there. You're going to have more graffiti bigger places for that. One thing I also wanted to bring up, the gentleman mentioned that they're not going to use the speaker systems, that it can go without that. But he said they're not going to use it to call so-and-so to this part of the park. They're not going to use it. More or less, he made it sound like for reaching their employees. They'll come out with another way to communicate with them, but not necessarily using it for, oh, this is round one, round two, you know, you're coming up on your last round type of thing. The other thing that I want to point out is with the noise, and I'm almost done, it's just basically, we talk about the noise volume, and we're stressing a lot with the go-karts. But what else takes effect? What about the miniature golf? All that noise that we're going to get from that. That is not calculated into this project. Our concern is not the park itself, but the noise, the discomfort that we're not going to have that relaxation after coming home from heavy traffic. I also work over in the I-10 Ray Road. Coming home at 5:30, 6 o'clock at night, in that traffic, the last thing I want to do is come home and have to listen to the go-karts or any other noise at my house. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are all the public comments that we have. Now I will bring Mr. Lake back up for a rebuttal. No, he gets to close. You are not the appellant. He is the appellant. You're used to being on the other side, Mr. Lake.
Chairman, board or council members, let me just kind of go through real quick. There's been a lot of discussion about use and the lease and other issues that really isn't agendized that we're here to discuss this evening, so I'm not going to really go into those. I'm going to focus really what this project has been agendized for, which is to talk about the appeal of the design review specific to noise. And there's been reference to our expert, their expert. I can have our expert come up and cite their credentials. If this council would like to do that, we can certainly do that. Their credentials are laid out in both studies that have been submitted, and hopefully those are put forth in the record to establish the noise that is anticipated that could be produced based upon their expert opinion. But let's talk a little bit about the burden of proof again. I have heard no evidence about anything that this project will violate the town's noise ordinance. That noise ordinance, if you will, is the rules or what we have been set forth for us, the developer, to follow. And we can't get this far down the road and all of a sudden decide we're going to change the rules. We have some expectations to follow the code, and that's what we're here to discuss. Are we following the rules? And so when you read the town code about community, reasonableness, noise, what is reasonable, the town code in the noise ordinance itself defines what is a community noise standard. And I'm going to read that for you. The community noise standard shall mean the noise standard set forth in section E1. Section E1 refers to 45 decibels inside with the doors and windows shut at night, 55 inside with doors and windows shut during the daytime, unless modified pursuant to subsection E1. E1 or E3, modified pursuant to E3. E3 says if the ambient noise level around that project exceeds that community standard, then the higher ambient noise level shall apply. For instance, in this area, the ambient road noise from Santan Parkway, let's not forget this is a major arterial that feeds in and out of the community. The ambient noise level from Santan Parkway ranges between 53 and 62 decibels. That's the ambient noise. So when we're here to talk about what is a reasonable noise level, the code defines what that is. The community noise standard is defined in the town's ordinance. We think our study establishes that this project will comply. We have submitted evidence to support that, both with a model study and with a real-life study to go evaluate a real-life track and presented that as evidence. Our consultant, our expert witness, has provided a conclusion that this project will conform with the code, and we believe that the definition of what is reasonable is established according to the community noise standard in the town's code, and we meet that as well. And so we would urge you to deny the appeal and uphold the decision of the Planning and Zoning Design Review Board. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lake. Vice Mayor, council members, this is your opportunity to ask Mr. Lake any questions if you have any. Vice Mayor?
I just have a question, or would like to ask, in that real life study that was recently updated or completed, could you remind us what those decibel levels were that were measured?
I'm going to consult with our...
Thank you.
So the real world study where they went in and measured the noise level and all the other things associated at a real life track, and then took that and overlaid it on this site. The worst case scenario is in table 4 of the June 9th study. And in that study, the real world analysis predicted that the interior noise level would be at house number 1, around 40 decibels inside, 40, 41, 39, 41, 38, 37 at different locations. Worst case scenario with those real world decibel noise sounds. All of which would be far less than even the nighttime standard.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Lake at this time? Sure.
Yeah, Mayor, I do. Mr. Lake, I think your proposal meets the town noise ordinance. You have a sound study that says it will. The neighbors have a sound study and a doctor in sound engineering that was critical of some elements of your sound study, critical of some of the modeling, but seemed to stop short of saying that the conclusions of your study were wrong. It would be unfair, in my opinion, to ask an applicant to adhere to a higher standard than existed when they applied for a project or proposal. Although I do think that our sound ordinance needs to be revisited. I think it's less than perfect. Your client has offered to make some concessions. And even though you believe and your sound study says that you meet the noise ordinance without a wall, you offered to construct a wall. And it looks like the neighbors do not want that wall. So my question, Mr. Lake, is really more for your sound engineer than for you, but are there, if you're willing to build a wall, would you consider planting some trees? I think that trees do a fairly good job, although an imperfect job, of attenuating sound, especially lower frequency sounds that might come from a go-kart motor. Are there any trees that would be good candidates for that task? And would your client consider planting some of those trees?
Mayor, Councilmember September, yes, in discussing that with our client, we are certainly willing to work with staff to add trees. We will already be planting trees, but if it is this council's determination that we should increase the density, we certainly can work on doing that.
Thank you, Mr. Lake. And if we do get to that point, if that is the desire of council to add that as a condition, if this does go towards an approval, then I would just like to make sure that those trees, and that you work with staff to not only decide on the right types of trees, but the right density and also the right box size, so that we're not planting 5-gallon trees so that in 15 years they're big enough to stop sound, something large enough to start making an impact and reducing noise as soon as they're planted. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Any other questions for Mr. Lake? This is your opportunity.
I have one more follow-up question.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Mr. Lake, in the real-world study, I believe in one of your slides, it said that at that park, a super silent muffler was used. What kind of muffler system can be implemented at this site?
Mayor, council member, Honda does make a quieter muffler. We'll call it super silent, but we've already committed to do that and install on the go-karts this more enhanced muffler. I don't have the specific model number or type, but I've heard it referred to many times as their super silent muffler, and we commit to use that on these from day one.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Anderson.
Mr. Lake, would you talk, we've heard a lot tonight about bombs exploding and airplane noises coming from the miniature golf course. Could you talk about that a little bit more?
Yes, the miniature golf course does have sound effects associated with those of us that have played miniature golf courses around. But the noises from that are not going to be traveling off the property line on that. We don't see that as a big issue that you're going to hear bombs exploding 300 feet away inside somebody's house. And certainly it won't be exceeding the town's noise ordinance on that. And if it is, there are measures or mechanisms in the town code to address it, to turn the volume down or use other mitigation measures so that it doesn't violate the town code.
Yes.
Yep, just a follow-up on the Vice Mayor's question, and maybe it's more of a question for your sound expert, but these super quiet mufflers, is there a comparison to like a normal vehicle? So just for edification's sake, understand what that means compared to, you know, what the traffic noise would be on Santan?
Okay, I don't know if this helps, but the go-kart would be at about 76 decibels, if you will. with that muffler. To put that into comparison, an air conditioning unit is about 76 decibels. So it's about the same noise level right up by the go-kart. And then obviously by the time you get to either the property line or the home, and then inside the home, that sound would dissipate the further away.
Any other questions for Mr. Lake? Thank you, Mr. Lake.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Nelson, if you'd like to come up and close, please. You'll have 5 minutes.
I would love to close, believe me. This, to me, comes down to common sense, which the previous town council, in my opinion, was lacking. Nobody thinks this is a good idea in neighborhoods. You don't believe it. I don't believe it. Nobody in this room believes it. This has never, ever been done for reasons that are obvious. 150 go-kart tracks in 111 towns, not near housing. The examples that Castle uses, I believe it's 35 others, not near housing. The RFP response, not near housing. There's a reason. Common sense. You don't need to, you can listen to all the decibel, et cetera. All you need to do is drive up to Gulfland. That will tell you what this is. That's the same engine. They use the same engine. Castles and coasters use the same engine. You don't need to drive 400 miles. Why was that track chosen? Do you think that's odd? That they chose that track to do the test instead of something that you could find out personally? It's just common sense, that's all. 150 tracks, add Castle's 180, we're talking 190 tracks, not near housing, let alone plopped in the middle of 2 neighborhoods. And in my instance, less than a walk from this front door to that front door. Would anybody want that? Could anybody actually stand that? No more open windows? That's why I moved. I wanted to stay by my pool. I can't, this is common sense, that's all. And we can kick around all the decibels, we can kick around all the other stuff that we've been talking about. But it comes down to an adventure park does not belong in the middle of 2 neighborhoods. Regarding the wall, we never heard that that was actually a commitment. I'm not sure if it was. But we definitely would like a wall. We want a wall that actually covers line of sight. That's different. We want a wall that covers line of sight. That is actually a sound wall. A 3-foot wall isn't a sound wall. A 6-foot wall, if the land around it is 20 foot tall, a 6-foot wall, what does that do? Line of sight. So it really is. The key element is this in harmony with their surroundings. And you prove to me that 21 gasoline go-karts are in harmony with 2 neighborhoods 250 feet away. 15 to 16 hours a day, 7 days a week, 360 days plus a year. That doesn't sound like harmony to me. It doesn't sound like common sense. 150 tracks have been told no by 111 towns. At Castle Golf's examples, there's almost 190. Add their newer examples, we're approaching 200 examples not near housing. They are not near housing. They're not from this front door 50 feet shy of that front door is where my bedroom window is going to be. My poor neighbors across the street on that have two-story houses, their bedroom windows are going to have complete line of sight. Common sense. We ask you to put citizens and residents first. And the previous council did not do that. You have the opportunity to correct that error. To me, it's the moral thing to do. And I'll end right there. Thank you very much for your time. We appreciate it very, very, very much. Thank you.
Mr. Nelson. Hold on right there, please. No clapping, please, folks. Vice Mayor, council members, do you have any questions for Mr. Nelson? This is your opportunity.
One question. Is there no compromise here?
With an outdoor gasoline-powered go-kart, that's a tough one. I would love to hear what the trees would do. Indoors is the answer. Yeah, up till 2 months ago, we were being told that they were electric go-karts. They were never going to be electric go-karts, we have since learned. That wasn't what we were told. So there's multiple options, yes, absolutely. But 21 gasoline-powered go-karts outside, that's a difficult one. Without a proper sound wall, without proper trees, let's say, mature trees, that doesn't make our quality of life any better.
So do the trees work if there is a line of sight that is addressed?
Now, this is in my experience, so and I am by no means an expert on this. I do believe they absorb way better than concrete. They would also have the opportunity to grow to the height that it would cover the slope of the land. Otherwise, you have a 20-foot sound wall. Nobody wants a 20-foot wall. I don't want a 20-foot wall there.
So I did hear you would consider trees as part of that sound attenuation. The wall and the trees, the combination.
A combination seems to be best, but it's all line of sight.
Okay.
It's all a line of sight.
Thank you.
Folks, Mr. Nelson has been the person that's delegated as your speaker. We're going to ask him some questions. If he would like to refer back to you, just like Mr. Lake did to the others, he's welcome to do that. But we can't hear everybody at the same time, please.
No, the solution is for the town to build a building, for them to put their go-karts in. A lease on a building. You still own the building, they don't. But that would solve the problem. Wall, questionable, because of the height that would be required. Trees, maybe. That we would love a continuance on this to do our study. Excuse me, 1 second, yes. Two things. Mr. Willis said trees are not as effective as walls. Walls, however, again, would have to be line of sight. 3-foot wall is not a sound wall. 6-foot wall in this instance is not a sound wall. The big question is we'd been promised from the beginning until we discovered the lease that it was electric go-karts. As short a time as maybe 2 months ago, we were told they were electric go-karts. Why is that not an option? We're being told that heat is a problem, but electric cars, heat is an advantage. So why is that different? Cold is a disadvantage to a Tesla. You don't get the mileage. Heat is an advantage. So electric go-karts could be a possibility. Just what other options do we have to reduce noise at my bedroom window 250 feet away?
Councilmember Hendricks, you have a question?
Yeah, I just want to make a comment, Mr. Nelson, while he's up. I want to just thank you for the work you've done and for the information you've handed out, and not just at this meeting, but at the last several months you've come, and not just you, but there's been several people. I've taken the handouts you've given. I didn't always read them while I was sitting here, but I had them in my car one day when I was traveling. I think it was you that handed out the list of tracks.
Yes, correct.
And I actually stopped by 2 of the tracks when I was traveling because I had the information in my car because I was reading some of it as I had time. And I don't remember exactly who did what, but there was another person who came with a recording of a track, and he played it as he talked one night. Some of those things may not seem significant. I've been on both sides of this dais. I've been where you are, and I've been over here at different times for different things. And as a group, you guys have done a great job of organizing and expressing yourselves for the most part. There's been a few people that got up and made disparaging comments that really weren't helpful, but for the most part, you've given us factual information that at least I can say for myself. I've read over it, I've studied it. It actually caused me to go to the site. I've walked the site, I've stood behind your fence. I'm probably more familiar with this issue than anything else I've studied, maybe other than the budget, since I've been on this council. I don't think this is going to be an easy decision. I don't know for sure which way it's going to go, but I just want to thank you and everyone else that's here tonight and that's been here before, and hats off. You've done a great job.
Appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Nelson? Thank you, Mr. Nelson. You did do a great job.
You've done,
We
Council.
appreciate your
Thank you.
time. I know it's not easy to stand at that podium. I always challenge anyone that wants to sit on this dais to sit at that podium first. It's not easy. It's daunting to stand here and face this council. So I very much appreciate your time this evening. Any other questions to any of our staff? Stephanie, Sean Lake, before I close the public hearing?
Question for, I don't know if it's for Stephanie or for the sound experts that are here, Mr. Lake. There's been a proposal about trees, and someone has quoted Dr. Willis as saying trees aren't sound attenuators, which is contrary to my training. Could you respond to that, your sound experts, or?
Mayor, Councilmember Anderson, I believe the question is, can trees be a sound barrier? And the answer is yes, but walls can be more effective, which is why we see, those 15-plus foot walls around the ADOT freeway. But they also have trees in them as well.
Mm-hmm.
So
I'm thinking of the trees. I'm thinking of a combination of the two, but the trees, that line of sight that we've been talking about, that it may be effective in addressing that.
we can certainly, and maybe walls in more appropriate locations where there's going to be more noise generated as opposed to just a long lineal wall down the whole side. we think, a long wall blocking the whole thing and blocking visibility for the whole thing would be detrimental to the project, and we certainly don't want to do that. As people drive down Santan Parkway, we want people to see this recreational opportunity. And so we don't want to totally destroy the view into this facility. But we certainly could work with staff on identifying some walls and density of trees in key areas to help mitigate that concern.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lake. Yes.
I just have a couple questions for Chris. Oh, I don't know if.
Our expert is still online. If you can reply to that as well, we would appreciate it.
Appellant has it to this point, so that would precede my new train of thought.
Could we bring Mr. Willis up for a minute, please? Sure. Yes. To respond to the question by Councilmember Anderson about the trees on the wall.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear?
Yes, sir, we can.
Okay. Trees can be effective for sound attenuation if you're talking about a forest or a grove of trees, but a line of trees or a hedge or something like that really doesn't have any value as noise abatement.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Yentes?
My main line of questioning is actually for Chris. So I know there's been some discussion at the beginning of the evening about our noise ordinance in general and kind of these two sections that you could interpret as being contradictory or difficult to harmonize depending on what the context is. But my question is, I've got a couple, but my first question is if at some future date, if the council revisited that ordinance, what does that do for existing uses? Are they grandfathered? Do they have a diminution of property value claim, a 207 claim? Is there any kind of thoughts you have on that?
Mayor, Councilmember Yentes, great question. I think with any ordinance, if the town updates an ordinance, then that would apply to any current use at that time. The lease doesn't have any indication that there's things to be grandfathered or codes can't change. So the lease expressly says that you've got to comply with all laws, ordinance, and code provisions in the town.
A decision today does not tie our hands from changing that code, and all users within the community would have to comply with whatever that new standard is.
That's correct, whether it's Topgolf or this facility or any other facility in town.
So just a follow-up question, because there's been some different discussion on 4261 and 4264. My question is just currently when we have situations that don't fall exactly under that 61, you can measure it with decibels, you have a clear objective violation, but it falls more in, because I kind of see one section as like a floor and one section as a ceiling. It's the catch-all, this kind of idea about reasonableness. And I have one particular case in mind, and I don't want to bring up it, but it was a noise issue. But if you can think of similar instances, how we've kind of enforced that from a policing standpoint and adjudicated claims that fall under that 61 section, that is just a reasonableness. I know there was a lot talking about duration, natural versus unnatural, but just from a policing standpoint, if you're going to go out and write a ticket right there, you don't have the whole process of kind of going through that adjudication. You've got to either write a ticket or not, and then that question makes sense. Sorry.
Yeah, so 61 is it's a civil violation, kind of like a traffic ticket. So there's a fine associated with a violation of 61, and likely, and Chief Solberg, if I get this wrong, please come up and correct me. But that would be the citation that's given, a violation of that. 64 is a petty offense, so it's a quasi-criminal offense. And so that would go into the Gilbert Municipal Court, not just at like the civil traffic court, where a 61 violation would go. It would go into the Gilbert Municipal Court, and I looked up, there's a fine up to $2,500. There's continuing violations, so if there are continuing violations under 64, it applies each day, is the way that works.
To follow up on that question, Councilmember Yentes and Chris, businesses can be found, can have those citations given to them.
That's correct.
We've had a situation, and I'm sure it's the one that we're both thinking of, where a police officer went and sat in a neighborhood to listen and track the decibels for a business that was not too far away from the neighborhood, or actually kind of far away, and they were still hearing the music from the business. And so that's what the process would be.
That's correct.
And then just one more question, because this word in, I think it was 6.4, was brought up, notwithstanding. Could you just explain legally what that means as far as how that marries the two sections?
Yeah, correct. So Mayor, Councilmember Yentes, both subsection A and B in that, and B is dealing with noise from home, so that's not relevant here. But on A, they both say notwithstanding any other provision of this section or this chapter, which means exactly what you think it means. No matter what other provision there is in this chapter, this also applies.
Mayor.
Yes.
Chris, it's my understanding that the noise ordinance also relates to residents as well, not just business.
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
You're
Thank you.
correct, Councilmember.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Hendricks.
I have a follow-up question, Mr. Payne. Ms. Yente's questions. If we, just to make something up, if we deferred to Dr. Willis's suggestions when he was critical of our code, let's say the quantitative numbers, instead of 45 and 55, there were 20 and 25, whatever number. I've skimmed through the lease, but I haven't studied it. Would there be likely recourse to the town by the tenant?
So if, just make sure I understand, if SAP Holdings violates the lease, maybe because of noise issues?
If we change the code, right now, they've stated their cars are, I think it was 37 decibels or whatever the number was, it was below the current town code. If we change the town code to be significantly less than it is now, and by changing the town code, the cars no longer comply. So they would have to switch to, I don't know, a better muffler, an electric car, house the facility. So somehow they would have to come into compliance. Would there be potentially damages to the town for making it impossible for them to comply with their current operation?
Mayor Peterson and Councilmember Hendricks, from a civil liability standpoint, yes, there could potentially be a claim, I would say, by the tenant in that case, where if the town's changing things to the point where they're not able to operate, or if they have a right to operate under the lease, then yeah, maybe there's a potential claim by the tenant in that scenario.
And you talked about the penalties were a monetary fine if they weren't in compliance. Is there a point which that could become a cease and desist to stop the activity? I guess I'm just envisioning, let's just suppose it was more cost effective to keep paying the fine. Is there a point at where it can become a cease and desist?
So in this scenario, because the town is the landlord and the property owner, and we've got a lease, the town would be in that scenario in a much better situation. As the conversation was going on, I looked at the lease. There's several sections that would apply here. One is Section 5.2, where SAP has a duty to report complaints that it receives. It has to report to the town as a landlord. 9.1 gives the town a right to enter and inspect. And importantly to your question, Sections 11 and 12 talk about an event of default and failure to perform. As I said earlier, one of the obligations that the lessee has or the tenant has is to abide by town codes, applicable statutes, the land development code. A violation of that is certainly a continuing violation of that. The town could put the tenant on notice that you need to remedy this, They then have 30 days to fix it, and if they don't, the town can terminate the lease.
So effectively, we could be the same effect, I guess, as a cease and desist.
Yes.
Mr. Lake, if I could ask one more question of the applicant. If, and I don't know if you can answer this exactly, maybe you give me some feel for it. It sounds like from the comments tonight that potentially sometime in the future, the council may choose to update the sound code potentially based on the answers that Dr. Willis gave. I'm assuming the bulk of the expense is probably in the infrastructure and not in the cars if the sound ordinance changed. Is that true? I mean, is this something where if the sound ordinance changed, is this something where we would effectively prevent operation of the go-karts, or is that can you make any comment at all?
Mayor, council member, I hesitate because we're dealing in hypothetical with change in the ordinance, and I don't know what that means and what that change would be. But it was referenced that, I think wrongfully, that the town code is woefully ineffective or draconian or out of date, and I disagree, quite frankly. I think the town's noise ordinance is largely the same as Irvine and Chula Vista and Los Angeles. And so there are cities that have the same noise ordinance as the town of Gilbert. So to say that the town is ineffective, it's also ineffective in Los Angeles. It's also ineffective in other cities as well. And so I don't think we just reach the conclusion that you take the town's ordinance and throw it out because it's bad because some people have said it is. I would say we need to look at it and certainly discuss it, but we don't throw it out now because it works and has worked.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, one last call. Any more questions for staff or the applicant or Mr. Nelson, the appellant? I will go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to the dais for discussion. Council members, who wants to jump in first? Don't everybody? Oh, Councilmember Yanez.
I'm happy to. I don't, my comments are still, I'm still trying to clarify some of the discussion tonight because despite what some people in the audience might believe, I can't speak for anybody else, but when I came into the council meeting, I had not made up my mind on this particular issue. I wanted to hear from everybody. I really do think the crux of this comes down to adjudicating the specifics of the noise ordinance. So I'm a little bit conflicted because there is no discussion up here about throwing it all out, but I just prior experience on council with some other issues with how it's been applied and caused problems for neighboring communities. I do take that, I don't take that lightly. So I do think that it's a part of this discussion, although not necessary to this particular case in of itself. There's been a lot of discussion about how to build, because this decision really, we have to do what we can on the front end to mitigate the impacts because the headaches just grow exponentially from an enforcement standpoint. It's just once the horse has left the barn, it's just a lot harder to rein it in. So all the mitigation has to be on the front end, one, so that the applicant themselves has more predictability, has a better sense on how to move forward with an investment in a business operation that makes sense, and that they can plan for that. But then also it makes sense for the neighbors so that they, they're not going to, like I said, the horse hasn't already left the barn. I'm a little bit hesitant to kind of negotiate all the solutions of what that sign package is going to be from the dais, because a lot of this is about digging into these, sound studies and contrary interpretations of, the two sound studies that we have. And so I hesitate to say, let's throw up this wall, let's throw up some trees without really understanding from a mechanics standpoint what that's going to do. I offer that as a discussion point to my colleagues, because I'd like to hear your thoughts on that. I feel uncomfortable putting all those, other than I know we need to make sure that we have all the teeth in it on the front end so that we don't have all these problems that are bad for both parties on the back end, if that makes sense.
Yeah, wise comments, Councilmember Yentes. Councilmember Hendricks, Councilmember Anderson, any comments at this time?
Just very briefly, I hear what you're saying, but the conclusion I have drawn is that neither of the studies said that this would violate our code. They both said that are seeming to say that they are within our code requirements, which I think is the very narrow scope that we have to follow tonight. I know there's been a challenge about the use itself and trying to cancel a lease and so forth, but our focus is on whether or not the noise has been attenuated per our code. And both the studies seem to draw that conclusion, even though the methodologies were challenged between the two, but the conclusion seems to be the same.
And the problem I have is that notwithstanding language, which does say that we have a more nebulous section of our code. Yes, we have a very nice, clean, objective standard that everybody can go quantify and measure. I like that kind of provision when we're contemplating policy, because I think laws need to be predictable and to the greatest extent, people will know one way or the other if they're breaking them before they do. And so, but we have a more nebulous section, and I can't dismiss it entirely because of the notwithstanding language, and that's why I wanted clarity on that, because one person's reasonableness is, and that has a longer, more extensive process. So I do agree that we need to fix some of that so that at least there's more clarity for everybody. So I do think that, yes, I think they made that first section. The question that is not clear cut or black and white is, do they meet the other section, the reasonableness? Personally, I used to live on Ray Road, and our backyard abutted the main road, and it was very loud outside. Just the regular traffic, we chose to live there. That was just the normal, everyday cars going by. It was also across the street from a fire station. So when the fire truck called out, that was additional noise level. That's, you just understand that's a part of living there. Now I think like, okay, now if that was the duration part of that section, if that kind of, sound that's just not every day when you move in, but it's going to occur now and then, was for a long point of time, now it's just completely changed the calculus of the situation altogether. So that's what I'm having difficulty, is marrying those two sections, because obviously it really is contingent upon the reasonableness of the ongoing sound, which I think the duration is a big part of that. That's why it's in our code. I'm sorry, this is not helping you make a decision, but it's, I'm hoping that I appreciate what you're saying. That is, I came in kind of thinking that too, but now I'm trying to marry those two sections.
Before we go on, staff, Chris, Patrick, we need to look at our code, our sound code. I remember vividly being in this room when we looked at the sound code many years ago. I think it was the first time that we put a decibel level on something, and them doing decibels from the back of the room, and a council member sitting over here speaking into the mic. Actually, I think the same seat that Councilmember Yentes is right now, and he was coming out at like 80 decibels through the microphone. So just thinking back to those days, we definitely need to look at this. So I think Patrick's making notes. Thank you, Patrick. Councilmember Tilke.
Thank you, Mayor. I know I haven't said a lot or asked a lot of questions, but I've given this a lot of thought and spent a lot of time, a lot of sleepless nights thinking of all of you and thinking about the town as well. One, I appreciate that you appreciate the situation that we're in. We weren't on the council when a lease was approved. We weren't on the council when the RFP was presented to the neighbors. I do think that we need to look at neighborhood meetings in the future. If we're meeting our code, are we going beyond that in the future? That doesn't help what's going on today. So what I've been trying to do is listen to all of the residents and really pinpoint what the concerns are. And it's just my way. I don't know if it's because I was at the Chamber of Commerce where you bring people together and you find solutions, and that's what I'm trying to do. And so I put together something, and Chris, don't put it up yet just because I want the council to see it. Mayor, if you'll pass it down. And Scott. So the only reason I did this is because I know that we have so many thoughts, we have so many directions that we can take or not take. And what I'm concerned is that we won't organize it in such a way that by the time we are here in the next hour, hopefully not a whole hour, but that we won't even know what we're saying anymore. And so what I am suggesting is a potential motion with stipulations. And please don't look at the motion part. It's just, I took what they had on the recommendation of motions, but then I listed some stipulations because I think as Councilman Anderson asked, is there a way to have a compromise? Is there a way to make this work? We're very limited today in our discussion, and the only discussion we can have is about noise and addressing that as it pertains to the project. I'm just putting these comments up for the council to look at, say yes, no, add, subtract, so that maybe we could get to a decision tonight, and I think that's important. Chris, I'll just ask you this, but I believe that based on the lease, and if we were to approve the appeal, which removes the decision that was made at the design review board, what happens in this process starts over again. And what's going to happen is we're going to have all of this once again. And I'm disappointed that there wasn't more collaboration between everybody. I really am. I am coming in at the back end, so I couldn't help facilitate that. But perhaps looking at some of these stipulations, we will meet the obligation we have with the lease to address the noise concerns that everybody had. Again, I'm trying to get us to a starting point, and if you agree or disagree, then we can take them off the table, but it's just a way of organizing that. So, Chevalier, I don't know if you could put that up there. Again, I wanted everybody to see it. I wanted this to be very transparent in this conversation so that, again, you would know what we're talking about and you wouldn't be confused as we're all giving comments. And so I don't know if this works. If it doesn't, that's okay. We'll get rid of it and start over again. But again, I want to go past the motion, which is to uphold. I don't want to talk about that right now. What I want to talk about is stipulations. And I thought about this a lot, and based on all of your comments that you've had. And so the first is to install a decorative wall and to submit revised plans with the planning staff before any permit. Again, that would be one option. We talked about the density of trees, and perhaps that would be another one as a stipulation. Installation of the Honda-approved aftermarket super silent muffler system. In other words, we wanted that extra step to ensure that the noise is down. I really don't know our options on electric carts or go-karts. I don't know what we can do about that at this point, but loudspeakers shall not be used for park announcements. Any park announcements, any siren or crash noises used as sound effects shall not exceed 60 dBA within the park. Any mine explosions will be limited to a dust cloud, and any noise of explosion and falling debris shall not exceed the 60 dBA within the park. that the developer would establish a Crossroads Park neighbors and users group and will conduct a quarterly noise study for the first year to address any ongoing noise concerns. The developer shall submit a copy of the completed noise study to the town's clerk office at the end of every quarter. And so what I'm trying to do is protect the neighbors from something that was agreed to prior to when we got here, and stay within the restrictions of the noise concern that it was the only thing we were able to address today. I know we're not allowed to talk about hours. I'm hoping that in the negotiations with the neighbors, perhaps there could be some reduced hours to ensure more quietness at night. Not anything that I'm allowed to request tonight, but I put it out there. So I open it up to the council to look at. Happy to make any adjustments, but I just thought it might get us started. Thank you.
Councilmember Tilke, thank you. I appreciate that. It's a difficult case because it was an appeal. We were not able to act as that bridge between our residents and the developer. We weren't allowed to speak to anybody, so we couldn't have any contact with the residents, and I know you all felt that, and we couldn't have any contact with the developer either, and that's not how we do business typically in Gilbert. So I appreciate you starting at this point. Anyone have any comments? Yes, Vice Mayor.
I did visit the site at Golfland to kind of get an idea of what a go-kart track would sound like. I was really surprised that at the 250 feet away from the go-kart track, the go-karts weren't what was bothering me. It was mainly the PA system and loudspeakers. So I think that although the developer has mentioned they're not using that needs to be a pretty strict stipulation that no PA or amplified speakers or sirens or whistles are utilized in any phase of this project. In regards to some of the noise levels, I got confirmation this evening from the noise experts and some understanding about what this noise level might be with the go-karts without any of the PA system. At the go-kart level, they mentioned 76 decibels, which is maybe comparable to another environmental noise of a vacuum cleaner, but then at the level of the person's backyard outside, even though I think we have an understanding that this does meet our noise code, I think we should consider that it would be approximately 61 decibels in someone's backyard that is nearest to the go-kart facility, and this is equivalent to an air conditioner, air compressor, or normal conversation at 6 to 8 feet. So Councilmember Tilke, I do appreciate kind of you getting started with some of the conditions. There was a lot of conversation today about that wall, about a potential wall, and just from experience, a sound wall that would actually be effective would probably be extremely cost prohibitive and unsightly in this area. A decorative wall that's only 6 feet tall, I don't think we can call it a sound wall. It might provide some mitigation, but we can't provide evidence that it's gonna eliminate the sound. I thought the trees or evergreen trees might be a potential consideration. And then you mentioned, and then implementing a muffler or silencer or converting the go-karts maybe to electric go-karts that achieves maybe less than a certain decibel level, maybe less than 75 decibels within 15 feet of the go-kart. Could be one of the considerations. And then Councilmember Tilke, you brought up a noise study. Quarterly seems a bit excessive, but having a follow-up noise study once it's implemented seems like good information to have, but not sure if we can really hold anyone accountable unless we set some decibel levels.
Councilmember Hendricks.
When I walked in here tonight, I was actually asked in the lobby, have you made up your mind yet? And I I said I want to hear what the comments are, and that was truthful. I hadn't made up my mind when I came in here, but as we listen to the applicant, we listen to the appellant, we listen to essentially expert witnesses, it's kind of like sitting here as a judge in a trial and deciding who's got the best story, what makes the most sense, and it's not an automatic easy answer, but for me it comes back to we live under a rule of law. And when I was talking to Dr. Willis, it wasn't my intent to be disrespectful to him or to browbeat him. I was making every effort to get him to say, yes, I think this breaks the law. And I pushed him, and I pushed him, and I pushed him. He didn't say this breaks the law. He said, I don't know, or the sound study is inconclusive. He feels some of our sound ordinance should be changed or could be different based on ordinances he's seen in other places. I've heard comments about the quantitative code we have and the qualitative. And there seems to be question of what I'll call a reasonable man statute, as though that somehow isn't enforceable. There are reasonable man statutes all through our state statutes, all through our municipal statutes. There's nothing unenforceable about a reasonable person statute. They're everywhere and they are enforced. It doesn't mean you can't enforce them because you individually can't come up with some clear idea on what a reasonable person would think. They're used all the time. There's nothing wrong with having a reasonable person statute. I think I would comment to the homeowners and to the council, have faith in the law. We have laws, they will be followed and they will be enforced. If the developer develops this, I don't know that this particular developer, I don't have any particular relationship with them, I have met them before, but I know as business people, if they build this park, they build this track, and every day one of you's calling the police and saying there's too much noise over there, or you're standing out in front of the park with a picket sign saying this thing is too much noise. I don't have to know them to know that a reasonable business person is going to solve the problem. And if they are violating the law, perhaps a wall's the answer, perhaps a tree's the answer. I don't know what the answer is, but it's going to get resolved. If they're breaking the law, report it, and the law will be enforced. There's no reason we should be fearful that they're not going to obey the law like everybody else. I like to speed, and I get stopped for doing it. As far as the amendments to a potential motion, I'm concerned about making a statement tonight that we want to require a wall or we want to require a super silent muffler system. When the design review board studied this, they spent a lot more time than we have going over these issues tonight. We've had people say a wall is good, a wall's not good, depends how tall the wall is. Not to mention the difficulty it's going to create because being able to visually see this thing is going to increase the potential success for it. I don't know that I'm comfortable tonight on the limited information we've had about a wall in the last couple of days, or even trees that we've talked about. And I think the tree idea started out sounding great, and just in the last 30 minutes, the tree idea seems to be a bad idea. I don't know that I'm comfortable saying I want to put in a bunch of stipulations. What I am comfortable saying is I expect the law to be enforced and obeyed. And if changes have to be made so that the law is obeyed and enforced, I'm confident they'll be made, either willingly or not, but they will be made. So I would just say have faith in the law, and I'm not comfortable with the added restrictions. I'm assuming they'll come on their own if they're necessary.
Mayor, thank you. Councilman Hendricks, some of these recommendations came directly from the letter that was submitted by the applicant, the original SAP, I'm going to say, because I can't figure out when we're talking about that. But the wall was a recommendation that they were willing to do, as well as the super silent mufflers. Loudspeakers, I think I just tried to define it a little better than what was in their letter. They mentioned some of the noise mitigations at the golf, the mini golf. I just kind of took it a little step further because these were the actual items that the residents had concern about, so that's why I did that. And then I believe they were open to doing this users group. The noise study is different. So I guess I just wanted you to know that I think that they've agreed to the majority of those. There are a few that I added in.
I guess my feeling is whether they agree or not, I think they're going to do whatever they have to do to work within the law and do their best to make the neighboring homeowners happy. And whether the things on this list are what that is, or whether there's more, or whether there's something else, I think they're going to try to run a business, and they're going to be more successful if they find a way to have supportive neighbors. And if that means they got to build a wall, then I think they'll build a wall. If that means they've got to plant trees or get sound studies, I think they're going to do whatever they have to do. And I'm concerned that the suggestions tonight or yesterday are an effort to reach some sort of middle ground, and that's great if we're trying to do that. But the bottom line is they're going to have to do whatever it takes to meet the guidelines set by the current statutes. And if those statutes change, they're going to have to meet those. And I guess I'm concerned by just listening to the comments tonight if all of these suggestions have been fully thought through or if they're an attempt to meet a middle ground. But regardless what we put as restrictions, I think they're going to do what they have to do to make this work. That's what business people do. They're not going to set up to annoy the homeowners as much as they can. They're going to do whatever they can to make this work. If I don't own a go-kart track, but if I did own one, and every other day the guy across the street's calling the police to come out to check the sound at my go-kart track, or he's running up and down the street with a picket sign, it doesn't take any super smart business guy to figure out that doesn't work. They wouldn't even be in this if they weren't capable, sharp business people. They're going to do what it takes to make this work. They're going to abide by the law, and they're going to try to make you happy, whether they want to or not. That's the only way to conduct business. There's nothing else they can do. And that's what's going to happen, one way or another. Whatever it takes. If it takes electric go-karts to make everybody happy and make this work, that's what's going to happen.
Councilmember September.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council Member Tilke, for putting together this this list of some of the concessions that the developer is willing to make, and then one that you added. I think it's helpful to drive this conversation. I mentioned the wall, and it sounds like the neighbors didn't really want the wall. I mentioned trees. It sounds like the neighbor's sound engineer said line of trees isn't going to do anything. So I don't know that the CMU wall is an item that is really important to anybody here. I think the applicant has a sound study that meets our code, and I think I'm willing to move down this list and see what other items we might add as conditions of approval. The installation of the aftermarket muffler, I think, is a good one. Loudspeakers should not be used for park announcements. I'm not quite sure what that looks like, what the actual language of a loudspeaker or definition looks like. So that's a tough one. But I do like the definition of any sirens and crash noises used as sound effects shall not exceed 60 dBA. I think that's definitive, and we could definitely use something like that. And I do like the developer creating, and I don't know what the creation of a users group looks like, if it's an online portal that people can access every quarter to see the sound study, but I think it's valuable for the developer, and I don't think it's an incredible expense for the developer to have a couple of sound studies done during the first year of operations that demonstrates that their actual empirical data is consistent with their modeling that they did to secure the approval. So I like those items, and and I'm not too hot on the loudspeaker or the walls. But thank you.
I agreed to most of what Councilman September, other than I think because the applicant did include the fact that they're, you know, amenable to not including loudspeakers. Obviously, they have an idea in their head about what that means, and so I think that it doesn't hurt to include that as a mitigation effort. I also agree with Vice Mayor Kaprowski that you know, the frequency of these noise studies seems you know, maybe not necessary. So I like the idea of having kind of just monitoring how this is going, just so I understand kind of the laissez-faire approach of my colleague, Councilman Hendricks, and appreciate that. I also know that we do have situations in the community where we have successful, thriving businesses, and the town and the business and residents have all spent tremendous amount of resources trying to solve a noise issue, and they can be more than lucrative and profitable without really having to do it. And it's now escalated to that point. So all of this is really just to save headaches for all parties down the long road. And so I think some of these are, I think, reasonable conditions, you know, barring that we're not talking about the compatibility of the use. That's a foregone conclusion. I think, you know, some of these things that the applicant has already brought forward make sense. And if we decide to, you know, endeavor to revisit the noise ordinance in the future, I do think it's worthy of discussion, because some of this stuff sounds great in theory. You know, laws are only as good as when you see how they're applied and if they're working or not. And so I think, you know, even if on the last bullet point, as far as the frequency, you know, I would like to hear the feedback from the applicant to see, you know, what is a reasonable expectation for that. If they're getting consistent noise complaints, then obviously, you know, having a quarterly or biannual or once a year noise study, it doesn't really matter. We know there's a problem. So I think the more important thing is probably just, you know, the idea that we're monitoring ongoing noise complaints, which whether we have a user group or not, they're, you know, we'll know if they're coming in, or we'll get the calls. The police department will get the calls. So, but tying it to an actual decibel level, you know, tied to what they've already committed to within what their sound study said, I think is a good way to anchor that. I think Mr. Lake would like to say something.
Sure.
Chairman, to hopefully speed this along to kind of get some consensus here. It doesn't sound like there's consensus on the wall or landscaping. We're still willing to work with staff on the landscaping. We think it'll just, whether or not it does anything, it's going to be more attractive. The Honda-approved super silent muffler. Super silent is the Honda brand, like a Kleenex or a Xerox, but we'll work with, absolutely agree to that. The loudspeaker not for park announcement, agree to that. The sirens, noise crashes, we're a little concerned about 60. We don't know where that came from, but maybe we could use the reasonable standard, and when we're up and before we open up, we have staff go stand at the property line and determine, okay, is it too noisy? Can I hear it? Can I not hear it? That we'll work with staff to determine a reasonable noise level of turning that up and down to see what is a reasonable noise level. I don't want to, for example, 60 decibels within the park. Does that mean standing next to the speakers, 6 feet away, 20 feet away, 250 feet away? What we kind of want to feel is we'll work with staff to determine the noise level at the property line or on the east side of Santan Parkway. We have no intention of wanting to have loud explosions that people are going to hear in their backyard. So we'll work with staff on that one. And then as far as the noise study, we're willing to do a noise study or a couple of ones, but predicated that the neighbors will let us go into their home to do it. If they tell us, no, you can't come into our home, then I'm caught between a rock and a hard place. I can't go do a noise study to see if we comply with the code because I can't find a home where I can close the windows, shut the doors, and comply with the code. So if they let us come in, happy to do a noise study to do that. If they tell us no, and then all of a sudden I don't comply because nobody will let me in to do it, I don't want to be caught in a rock and a hard place.
I think I heard 2 volunteer to have noise readings taken from inside their home.
And I hope that holds up when we go in there with noise meters and say, hey, can we come in 3 weeks and do that? And they let us in.
Or the stipulation would have to read from the property line if they weren't able to access the home, because we can't hold them to being able to go into a private citizen's home in this
Correct.
case. For them to do their study, it's one thing when police ask, I think.
And I
If they're
think
willing to let us go in, we'll go in and do it.
I thought I read there was a presumed dB reduction from a wall of a home with the window open versus the window shut. So there is a presumed amount that can be, you can deduce what the interior noise would be you can extrapolate it based on the exterior noise.
The generally accepted standards is 20 decibel reduction with single pane windows. Now, most of the homes in these areas have far better noise reduction construction standards than that.
Mayor, if I could just address the 60 dBA.
Can I let Mr. Nelson come back
Oh.
up since we let Mr.
Oh,
Lake
sorry.
come back
Yep.
up? Thank you. I just saw him stand up, so.
Thank you. I'm glad this microphone moves back down. I just want to reiterate that we are not against a wall. Somehow I'm not sure where that went wrong. We are not against a wall. We want it to be an effective wall. We'd love to have ideas of what would make it more effective, whether it be height, whether it be different materials. We are not against a wall by any means. And we would like that because I think it would improve things. But there must be a better way than just a concrete block.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Councilmember Tilkey.
Thank you, Mayor. I pulled that 60 dBA from the go-kart attachment that was in there from the company that talked about the different levels of noise as it impacted. I looked at what they said the go-kart would be, and I went down a level because I don't believe a golf course should be more noisy than standing next to a golf cart. And so that's where I got that. And golf cart. Sorry, go-kart. Maybe I wish I was golfing right now, but and I think the fact is it's really for the person on the whole, not for the entire park to hear that noise. And so it was a big concern of the neighbors, and I wanted to address that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Any other comments? I don't know if I was the only one here. I was the only one on council when the RFP went out. Councilmember Anderson might have been on council when it was signed and ratified and SAP Holdings were chosen. I know there's been a lot of discussion about how that was done. It went through quite a process. It's been checked and double checked. I didn't know Mr. Cooper was even involved in the project when we first saw the lease that came forward. And yes, I have known Mr. Cooper for about 16 years because we've been volunteers in this community for many years together. I tried to rack my brain, but obviously you've seen this evening that we see a lot of cases. And in the 6 years since this has come up, I could not remember the go-karts being on the list of approved. And I actually went back to staff. I asked for them to show me that, to show when it was presented, how it was presented, so that would just jog my memory. And I've been listening to the residents all along and completely understand. I live off of Elliott Road, as Councilmember Yentis talked about, living off of Ray. I live off of Elliott Road, right across the street from Gilbert High School. And in my house with the doors closed, I can hear students being called to the office, just like Bridget Peterson, come to the office kind of thing inside my home with the windows closed. But I knew I moved in across the street from a high school, so I expected those kinds of things and the band's practicing and all of that. So I've listened to the residents very closely in this. I think that the idea for this park is a good one in a good location. I know that the residents are concerned that it won't be used by the people going to the park, but take it for one who worked in an ice rink for many years. There are hours in between games that you are looking to get outside of that rink and to do something fun. And I remember using that as an example when we first talked about this park. Those parents and those kids are hanging out at that rink for hours on end, and they need some place to go and something to do. And this would be an opportunity for them to get outside and do something fun and to play. I know people keep talking about the electric golf carts. We are not allowed to request them based on the design review appeal that we are looking at this evening. We have to look at exactly legally we can look at. It's been discussed this evening. This is a quasi-judicial. We couldn't speak to any of you in between. We have to stick to exactly what we are allowed to discuss this evening, which is noise. And this council has done an amazing job going back and forth trying to figure out what would be the best resolution for everyone. I think that the stipulations that have been discussed are excellent opportunities. I also agree with Councilmember Yentes that to a point that it's very hard to enforce the decibel readings. She and I have been to meetings about a specific business in Gilbert, but we own this land. So in this case, we are the landlord. And I think that's a much different situation than the private business that we're both thinking of here in Gilbert. And I honestly, right till the second, I don't know how I feel about this case. I still am struggling with exactly what to do. So I want Councilmember Tilke to maybe review those stipulations based on what Mr. Lake just said and based on what Mr. Nelson just said, and see if we can come to a conclusion for a motion.
Okay. I think it's up there. So I will start with the motion and then we'll see where it goes. That we uphold the Planning Commission's approval of DR 2182 Santan Adventure Park site plan, landscape grading and drainage elevations, floor plans, lighting, colors, and materials for approximately 4.55 acres located at the southwest corner of Santan Village Parkway and Knox Road in zone public facilities, institutional, PF/I, subject to the following conditions. Developer will install a decorative CMU wall along go-kart track. Developer shall submit revised plans to planning prior to building permits submitted. I want to add in there, the developer will add additional trees and work with the planning department to find the best solution for that. Installation of Honda-approved aftermarket super silent muffler system on go-karts or similar. Loudspeakers shall not be used for park announcements. Any siren and crash noises used as sound effects shall not exceed 60 dBA within the park. I think that should be
At the property line.
property line, yes, sorry, I wrote that in the wrong place. At the property line. Any mine explosions will be limited to a dust cloud, and any noise of explosion and falling debris shall not exceed 60 dBA from the property line, at the property line. Developer will establish a crossroads park neighbors and users group and will conduct a, did we want semi-annual or annual on the noise?
I propose we'll conduct a noise study from the nearest residential property line and report back to council within 6 months of opening.
Thank you. The developer shall submit that copy of the completed noise study to the town clerk's office at the end of that time, which will come to the council.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Tilkey, second by Councilmember September. Please vote. Motion passes 6-1. Again, I want to thank the residents that came out, spent your time, gave all of your effort, and made this a better project overall because of your involvement. You heard that this mayor and council struggled about this decision, and there will be ways for you to have feedback after the fact. We appreciate you and your time. Thank you. I didn't know. Moving on to our administrative items. Item number, is this in order? 57. Thank you, sorry. Number 57, Council Administration, item to consider adoption of a resolution designating the Chief Fiscal Officer to submit the FY 2021-22 expenditure limitation report. Do I need to make a motion for this? We need to move to approve Håkan Johansson to be the Chief Fiscal, for the Chief Fiscal Officer to submit this report.
Yes, so moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Anderson, second by Councilmember Yentes. Please vote. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Next, 57A. This I'll pass to Councilmember September, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to try to make this quick, but still try to articulate all the things that I'd like to say about this this motion. I'd like everyone to keep an open mind. This is what I'm proposing here is not against the town logo. We have a town logo, and it has been approved and ratified by council. This is a little bit different. So 6 months ago, we approved a new town logo. Yeah, or I can ask you to. We approved a new town logo. A few months ago, maybe 5-6 weeks ago, we had a study session, and we provided some direction to staff to allow public safety to establish, create, and use logos and brandings of their choosing, because there was concern about being rebranded with the new logo. And I thought that was good direction, and I've received some good feedback because of it. A few weeks ago, we dedicated our new public training safety facility on May 19th, which was a fantastic event, one I was very proud to be at. And I think all of Gilbert should be proud of that building, everybody who was involved in creating it, designing it, constructing it. But I noticed as I sat there during the dedication, there was a 15-foot town logo on the north face of the building. And I sat there, it was kind of distracting, and I was trying to think, like, where else have I seen a town logo in that scale and in that prominence on any other town building, and I couldn't think of anything. I talked to Patrick, and he couldn't think of one either. And so I just thought that was kind of odd. Town logos change from time to time, and this logo will be around for 10 or 15 years, and then we'll have another logo. And I don't know if it's the best idea to keep changing 15-foot logos on our buildings. And I thought we should probably have a conversation about maybe removing that and either leaving that space on the north face of the wall blank, or allowing public safety to come up with a different alternative logo design, or they can use the logos and brands that they have been using. The logos and brands for public safety are significant. Branding carries significant meaning to them, and I want to talk a little bit about that tonight. This is our current Gilbert Police Department badge. This badge photo was provided by Chief Solberg. You can see it says Chief on it. The police badges that we use now, there's this badge, which is typically silver. If you're a police officer, it's a silver badge. The whole badge is silver. If you are a sergeant or above, the badge will have ribbons where it has some of the writing that you see here. In the center of this badge, it has our state seal. There's another badge that is in use today as well right now, and it is this Centennial badge. This badge will be in use until the end of 2021, at which point it's my understanding it'll be retired. I wanted to talk briefly now about the history of badges. The badges actually started in medieval times, so about the 1400s. Badges were worn to show allegiance and loyalty, typically to a royal family. It could have been a wealthy family. They were worn by knights. They were worn by family members, servants of royalty, and employees of royalty. And over time, eventually, they became identifiers of authority and helped identify rank of employees or servants that worked for these royal families. So just like the badges that our men and women wear today, the authority of the town is recognized and transferred to those men and women who wear that badge. And back then, the same thing. The authority of the royalty was transferred to the men and women who wore those badges. For the officers who earn the right to wear a badge today, it means more than any of us can know. I've had many conversations in the past 4 weeks, and it is a symbol of commitment and civic duty and represents centuries of pride in service to others. Here's the Gilbert Fire and Rescue, what's affectionately called the football. And you can see it has kind of a football shape. You'll see this badge on the vehicles. Typically, it's towards the front of the vehicle, usually on the front doors. In the middle, you'll see what's called the scramble. And this scramble was actually designed by one of our Gilbert firefighters about 10 years ago. He's still with Gilbert Fire and Rescue today. We have very creative members of our first responder group. Scrambles have actually been used for over 100 years here in the United States. So again, the history and the meaning behind these logos goes back a long ways, and a long way of people dedicating their lives to this service. Here's the Gilbert Maltese Fire Cross. You'll see this on every Gilbert firefighter's t-shirt and or uniform. And again, you'll see the scramble in the middle of this. The history of the Maltese Cross is very interesting. It goes back to 1180, 1190 during the Crusades. When Jerusalem was under attack, there were a group of men. They were monks, and they had committed their lives to helping the homeless, the poor, and travelers in their community, and they dedicated their lives to serving these people and these groups. Well, they had to step up and they had to defend Jerusalem. And they had to do two things very quickly. They had to learn how to distinguish the good guys from the bad guys during battle. And the way they did that was by putting a cross on the armor that they wore. And the other thing they had to learn very quickly was to put out fires. Their enemies were lobbing fire bombs over the walls of the city and catching buildings on fire. And they had to learn how to organize and how to quickly and efficiently put out fires and rescue people from that scenario. And this is actually probably one of the earliest examples of firefighters. Around 1500s is when this actual Maltese cross kind of started to take its shape. And what happened after the Crusades is a lot of those men retired to the island of Malta, where they continued with their lives and dedication to service to others and to the community. And so that's where we get the Maltese cross. Before I get to that, well, actually, I can go to this. So the idea of having something different or nothing at all on the north face of that building, I wanted to show this. This is a challenge coin that was created to actually generate money for the statue that's across the street at the multi-use administrative buildings. I hope I don't get this too wrong. Anyway, this is an example of what could be on our public safety training facility behind those flags in that prominent north wall, as opposed to our town logo, because this logo is a durable logo that can stand the test of time. It would not have to be changed out on a regular basis. Now, I don't want to make more work for our chiefs in having to put together more committees, but so there may be nothing there, but there may be something. I just don't think the logo, our town logo, is appropriate there. It's 15 feet tall. We don't have that anywhere else. And I think that there's a more appropriate place for that logo. It's probably maybe at the front door in a more consistent size and scale that we see at other town buildings. So I just want to kind of wrap this up with a couple of quick ideas. And by the way, there's a saying that goes with this challenge coin, and it's honor the past, serve the present, and prepare for the future. And I think that's a great saying, and something that, again, might look nice on that north wall. I want to end with this. Fire and rescue and the police department are parts of Team Gilbert. They are not separate, and I am not trying to segregate them from the other town departments. Also, running to a town council member to try to vet a problem or solve an issue is not an acceptable path to a solution, and that's not what happened here. Patrick has done an excellent job with his staff, with all of his directors, on creating a culture of inclusivity and open discussion and dialogue, and that continues today, and that is the proper path. There is a chain of command that needs to be followed when there is an issue. So I want to make sure that everyone understands public safety and every other department that's not an acceptable path to run to a council member. But that's not what happened here. No one approached me. I solicited feedback from public safety on this issue because it seemed odd to me, and I wanted to get the feedback from the men and women who use that facility. And it wasn't easy to get that feedback. There was hesitation to communicate a dissatisfaction or an opinion about that, out of respect for their leadership, out of respect for senior staff here at the town. And it was with a great deal of humility that those that did share with me their thoughts, they were very humble about what they had to say and how they said it. And it's with a lot of respect for their leadership that they did that. So I'm going to wrap this up. It's getting late, and turn this over for additional discussion. I'm available to answer any questions, but thank you very much for entertaining this. I appreciate it, especially on this this long evening tonight.
Thank you, Councilmember September. Any comments or questions? Councilmember Tilke?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember September, for the research that you did and reaching out to employees. This item, to me, falls into the next item. And the reason I say that is because if we're going to have a discussion about how we're going to roll out our branding and how we're going to best use it, which includes logo use on a building, it should be in that discussion, not a separate item. I'm a big believer that we're consistent throughout our community. As you mentioned, all employees are part of Team Gilbert, and we're very, very proud of that. Our frontline responders always get top of mind in all of our discussions, and so I hope that they appreciate that my comments aren't based on them not being important. It's just that I think this is a town-wide unveiling and implementing a logo that's been approved. And I'd like to see it be very consistent across all departments and across the entire town facilities. And so I would prefer that, hearing your comments, that I believe the staff has heard that as well, that when they look at consistent rollout, they would consider that and bring those comments back to us. But I'm not comfortable doing this as a separate motion until we have all of that worked out. Thank you.
Mayor, can I add one thing? And I just wanted to add, I wanted to mention this, that I did talk to Patrick about relocating the logo. So there was obviously dollars spent to create and install that logo. It would not be a total loss, because if we did come with a consensus to remove that, it could be relocated, and there are options and places where it could go. I just wanted to make sure that that was explained.
Thank you. Councilmember Anderson?
Just very briefly, even having this discussion and carrying this on, I think, creates some undue unrest within our ranks, within the employees, because we're talking about, again, messing with something that's been approved. And I know there was a discussion about trying to be consistent. In my mind, consistency would be we take everything off of every building. That would be consistent. As I've mentioned before, this is just really a sore spot for me. I've gone through a process before with a logo, which was derided at the time, the same way this one is. I mean, it was the toilet flush. It was every sort of other comment that was made about that logo. But after 6 months to a year, that was the town's logo. And we don't need to keep creating this agitation that the employees are seeing, that we're trying to do something different and ignore what was approved. And I'm with Councilmember Tilke, I'm not comfortable going forward with it.
Thank you, Councilmember Anderson. And I just want to make sure, I don't have a problem with the logo. I have 3 T-shirts with the logo already. I can't wait to get a volleyball with the logo on it and some golf balls that I can pass out to my friends. I don't have a problem with the logo. What I have a problem with is the inconsistent application of the logo. There's no other place in town where there's a 15-foot logo, but all of a sudden there's a 15-foot logo. I would like to see consistency of the logo at the front door, on a smaller plaque where we typically would see those logos, and then reserve this space for something, either nothing or something approved by our first responders in honor of that building, and something that will stand the test of time. But I hear you. I don't want to drag this out anymore. And I think, to Council Member Tilkey's point, this does kind of tie in with the next item, because I think we need to have a consistent application of the logo everywhere. You know, I've seen the swoosh that you were involved in. I've seen it on sewer covers. I've seen it on buildings. I've seen it on vehicles. I've seen it in different places, inconsistently applied in different places. And now we're seeing this logo pop up in different places. And I want to stop the surprises. This was a surprise on the public safety building. I don't want to be surprised in the next place. And that's why I like the idea of the next item on the agenda, which is to create some consistency and some consistent use and application of it. But I'd still like to start with a vote on having it removed from the public safety training facility, or I don't know. Maybe it makes more sense to have a committee to determine if that's a proper use of it, and then maybe that's a better way to go. I'd hate to get a no on this action, and then then have the committee, and we can't go back and undo that.
Vice Mayor?
Well, I just wanted to comment that I do support police and fire using their own logos, the scramble, and I believe police is re-evaluating their badge right now. I mean, I completely support that. I would propose to table 57A and move to 57B, and then if that gets approved, have that internal committee come back with a recommendation related to the logo that's currently installed on the public safety training facility. I believe when the logo was approved, we didn't want to spend extra money changing out things that existed, but we were told that things that were new or that were at their end of life would be replaced with the new logo, and we've been seeing that, the new building, some of the new street signs. So it is, it's inconsistent at the moment, and I guess I would propose tabling 57A, seeing if we have consensus on 57B, and having that committee move forward or come back to council with the recommendations for a larger policy that includes the current installation on the public safety training facility building.
Is that a committee of the council we're talking about, or a committee of staff?
Both?
We're just launching right into the next to the next
We can
item.
we can talk about them both together. They're similar, so.
Okay. Well, I don't know who you were asking. If you were asking Councilmember Kaprowski or myself, I have some thoughts. But Councilmember Kaprowski, you were talking about that. What are your thoughts?
I guess the only experience I've had with that was the CARES Act subcommittee made up of council members, and it seems that this issue might just fall within council members. But if it's been thought about from others, I guess I'm open to other discussion or ideas on what that would look like.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
I think that it would be important to have the internal staff, because they're the one that's implementing that, and they're the ones that are going to have to write the guidelines that are going to expand some of those areas that maybe aren't consistent at this point. So I think it's important that they're part of that. When we did the committee to look at the rebranding, I think there was 3 of us on there.
Yes.
And so perhaps you could do that, have 3 council members with staff, and give them a deadline of when to report back.
Mayor, I would I don't know that it needs to have the. I feel like the subcommittees that we put together, where there were 3 council members to address the CARES Act, and I think we had another one recently also. I felt like that formality was slow and maybe a little clunky. I think maybe it could be a less formal committee, something with a council member and public safety and some other staff that, you know, parks. Somebody, let's have something put together that where everybody has skin in the game, can have a seat at the table, and work through this.
Councilmember Yantes, any comments?
No, I mean, I think we just need direction, right? So direction is put together an internal committee with 1 or 2 council liaisons and then bring back the findings. And I'd like to request not being on that committee, so. But it sounds like you got a couple volunteers, so.
Councilmember Hendricks, any comments? I will say that I want to just reiterate what Councilmember September said, that even though a local newspaper said that fire and police had walked away from this logo, that was not them coming to us requesting that. They had never come to me and requested that, and the idea of removing public safety first came from a conversation between Patrick and I, and then Councilmember September brought it up at the study session that I requested to have a conversation about this because I was not comfortable with the rollout, and this is really where I wanted to get that night, but I was shut down, for lack of a better term. And now as it's rolling out more and more and more, we need to get a handle on it. I like the use of the word surprise, Councilmember September, because I think all of us will agree that there have been instances that the logo has popped up that we've been surprised and how it's been used. And so that leads me to believe that staff isn't sure about how it's supposed to be used. I would be fine with a motion to remove it from the public safety training facility. I think everybody knows how I feel about it. Again, this isn't about the logo or my disdain for it. It is about the fact of how it's being rolled out and how it's being used within the community. And I want to stop being surprised where it's being used and how it's being used in the community. And right now there's 4 threads about it on, social media. And we have to stop that somehow. And and there has to be some direction. And I don't think that there's been enough direction on this. So, would you like to make a motion for your subcommittee? And we could table the other one until the subcommittee gets together and does some work, or it's up to you.
Yeah, I like the idea of tabling my item until the subcommittee has a chance to be created and meet and discuss this. I think I'm not quite sure how to make a motion for the subcommittee. I think you put the subcommittee on the agenda, and if there's some ideas on how we choose members for the subcommittee, I think maybe that's something we should decide quickly.
Yeah.
We need a motion, or can we just?
Mayor, if I may, just for clarity, if the council doesn't want to create a formal subcommittee, then we need to, let's call it an internal committee with 2 or less.
I was just going to say that. An internal committee with 2 or less council members and some key staff from key departments, fire, police, parks, definitely would need to be in there. And Councilmember September, I don't know if you would be willing to be the council member, one of the council members?
I will.
Okay. We'll start there and then build it from there. And let's say 7 members based on you, and then at least fire, police, parks.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Manager's office.
Council members. Yeah, if I could come up with some staff members that are a nice cross-representation of the department to make sure we get everybody's perspective on this and input.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And do we need to make a motion for that since it's just an internal group? Yes. So move to approve an internal group, just like I mentioned and Patrick backed up.
Just direction sufficient.
Okay, thank you. Okay. And 57A will just be put on hold temporarily until the subcommittee, or the internal group can get some work done. And next, boards and commissions and committees. Any reports from council? I know it's late. No? Okay. Communications from the town manager?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I'll keep it short. It's been a long evening. Thank you. It's been a long fiscal year. This is the conclusion of our fiscal year. It was a good year all in all, a year with challenges, as we all know, but we accomplished a lot, and we certainly didn't mean to load you up with 2,900 pages for your last packet of the fiscal year. But thank you, and thanks to all the staff for the great work they've done over the last 12 months, and we'll look forward to fiscal year 22 that's ahead of us.
Thank you. Any reports from council on current events? Seeing none. A report from the mayor. I will spare you all. I have a great list of accomplishments from this fiscal year, but I will put it together in an email and just share it with you. I just wanted to say that this town and this body has gotten a lot of work done, even in the midst of a pandemic. And kudos to everybody that's still here in this room with us this evening and watching online, because I know there's many of you. I will, like I said, I'll put this together in an email and we will adjourn. Thank you.